Hey, hey, hey. How y'all cozies? How y'all cuties? How y'all doing? Hey, hey there. Hey, hey there. Those jams, though. I think I do have to do... Maybe we'll do this sometime in April or May when I come back from our break next week. But I think I'm getting close to being overdue for an XCOM 2 revisit. Play some strategy times. Should be fun. How y'all doing today? Hey there, Lucky Subberducky, Fluffy Mittens, Kicking, Lord Snow, Dead Teddy, John F., Flintlock, Valencion, Adonis Incarnate, Raven Loudspeaker, and everybody else. Those good old XCOM sub notifications. I liked making those. Those were fun to create. Your copy pasta at the start of Stream Uniquely K reminded me of the scene from Inglourious Bastards. The shuffling into the theater and stepping on people's toes. Excuse. Good stuff. Sure were a lot of contaminated briefs back then. Oh, play the Spire. There we are. So the vacation will start on this Sunday, technically. So I've got today, tomorrow, and Saturday. 3 streams left. To get 6 heart kills, that's pretty doable. If you want to get to an even 100. I'll do as many as 4 today. We'll see how the runs go. See how the runs go. Only allowed to vacation once I hit the 100, well. And we've got some spires to slay, don't we? Let's see. Watcher was the victor. Thanks to this beautiful... We're on a 4 streak, right? That's right. Beauty. Beauteous. Beauteous. So, 'tis the Ironclad, and I plan on finishing out 100 runs with the challenge modifier of the month, which is boss swaps only. And what a start it is. A blessed run. For Pandora's box has been opened. And oh boy, is it ever a good set of cards, too. Mighty Twiz, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. So, things that I like here, we've got Dropkick with Uppercut, and don't forget, we still have Bash, too. I also really, really like Fiendfire plus Power Throw here. You play Power Throw, gain 15 block, increase the number of cards in your hand, and then immediately exhaust those cards for damage with the Fiendfire. We've got Demon Form as a way to scale against bosses. The Rupture's not doing much, but that could change. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything and almost nothing that I don't like. With a few exceptions here and there. I think this is going to be a fantastically strong Act 1, so we should tackle as many elites as possible. A whopping 2, apparently. 2 is the maximum. Okay, well, we might as well take the Burning Elite out, then, so that we have more options for future Baylor. Not as interested in going to an Act 1 shop as I normally would be. We're not really rewarded for getting a strike removed, because I have no strikes. Although we, again, could remove Rupture. Though I think it might prove useful if we find an Offering or a Bloodletting or something. Dropkick Infinite go. We are extremely close to a Dropkick Infinite. This deck would be very, very easy to turn into a Dropkick Infinite. All it needs is a double tap or a Dropkick. And then ideally, maybe one more card that it can exhaust other stuff, a Truget or a Burning Pact. That's really it. Or we could just remove cards. We don't even really need that last card. Just the second Dropkick or the do double tap. 2 elites is the price of Pandora's. I think even if we took no elites, we would still come out extremely ahead of the curve here. I guess we're more incentivized to go to events. Card rewards certainly aren't worth that much to us. Sure, we'll take a couple events along the way. But I think we'll have a pretty easy time just bonking everything. We'll get 1, 2, hopefully 3 upgrades prior to our boss. Hexaghost himself really shouldn't be a problem, thanks to Demon Form and Anger. Yeah, very insane as a starting deck. I have to imagine we're going to clobber most things, although we might lose health on turn 1 here or there. I'm thinking about Jawworm especially. If we don't draw lethal or power through, we take a bunch of damage. We did draw power through. Yeah, this seems to be a strong deck. Perfect. $10. Armaments is pretty good in a deck with no strikes or defends. The average value of an upgrade is very high, and we have some desire for more block. Thunderclap's somewhat takeable, too. I'll add an armaments. I don't think it's necessary by any means, but I think it will be nice here and there. Some Flame Uppercut kills this one outright. That should be fine. We either draw Fiendfire or power through next turn, guaranteed. Or both. Liquid Memory is a very good potion. And there's the self-damage card. Do we want it? I'm going to go with yeah. Yeah, we do. And then we want a little bit more card draw. Bloodletting trades 3 health for 2 energy or upgraded a whopping 3 energy, which is truly absurd. And our first event is a remove, transform, or upgrade. Ooh, you'll love to see it. I think we just start taking upgrades, quite frankly. And we get the important stuff upgraded, which is probably going to be armaments first. If I was going to outright remove a card, what would it be at this point? Now that I have the Bloodletting, I don't really want to get rid of Rupture as much. Kind of like almost every card in this deck, truthfully. Let's upgrade. Start with you. We could upgrade or remove the Warcry, but Warcry exhausts and it draws a card. Upgraded, it'll draw 2 cards, which I like too. How much is Anger doing? It's going to be doing quite a lot, unless we go Dropkick Infinite. The Anger will self-duplicate and allow us to play lots of free attack cards. Very, very useful against Hexaghost, especially, but also against Lagavulin, Sentries, maybe not Gremlin Up, not sure. I honestly don't know if I'm going to pay Cleric any money at all here. That's an interesting situation. I don't need the health. I don't need the card removal. So I'd rather be spending my money on relics from shops. 75 gold is half a common relic. I don't want your removal, sir. That's a very good Pandora's box if I don't really want to remove anything, I think. It's a good sign. Let's see. Can't inflame uppercut dropkick, but I could uppercut dropkick inflame. Bit awkward, but I'll accept. Only perfect fight so far. There's a True Grit, but there's also a Pommel Strike. Well, heck. That is a mighty difficult decision. Hey there, Shaliquar. I think I might take the Pummel Strike. Card draw, especially now that we have a Bloodletting. More card draw gets us very, very close to Infinity Land. And becomes a very good upgrade, too. How many permanent cards do we actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm taking this Pummel Strike. Making it say plus. The card draw. The card draw. So, Fiendfire Blade does just 28 if I don't upgrade. If I do upgrade... it'll do 30. Warcry is also an option here. I think I like just doing 30 to 1. And then that'll be cleanly killed by Pummel Strike. Or Inflame Bash. Or any of a number of other things. Or just Bash plus Dropkick, apparently. It's a little awkward, but not the worst thing. Do I involve the Bloodletting? Could Liquid Memories the... Armaments? And that would let me do some stuff, actually. Liquid Memories on the armaments saves 5 health from the block. It also upgrades the bash to fully kill, letting me play the dropkick elsewhere. It means I can use the rupture to gain strength and get the demon form plus in play. A lot of stuff happening. And I get several more fights before the Burning Elite. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So we go rupture. Or armaments, then play the upgraded rupture. Then play the Bloodletting. Now I have 5 energy for Bash plus Demon Form. And now we are strong. But not strong enough. Ouch. It's a true shame. At least we get to kill this one. It's a lot of strength. Okay, we get an Oddly Smooth Stone, making us block for one more. And we're offered an Exhume to return a card from the exhaust pile. Interesting. Get back fire, mostly, is what that does. I don't think that's particularly good. Hey, there's Drivius. You know, I just realized that I refilled my water before stream, but I actually didn't bring it into the stream room. So I'm going to grab that real quick. Okay. Water has been achieved. Spire seems to be testing me here, given some pretty challenging floors back-to-back. Don't think it's going to be an overall problem, but we are going to lose a few more hit points here. Guess we'll strike the slime, as that'll be a much easier kill next turn, and it's going to attack us next turn. Scraganoth, thank you so much for 9 months of support. Uh-oh. Well, we have bloodletting, so I can do bash, uppercut, power through. You'd love to see it. Ooh, but pommel strike. Bash, pommel strike, bloodletting, and flame power through. And now we are strong. Yep. I am super gonna go double pommel strike here. Super gonna take an Eternal Feather, healing us at rest sites. That means we get to keep upgrading, even though we've taken a little bit of damage here. And super getting this pommel strike upgraded too. Card draw. Card draw and attack power. These three cards combined are gonna let us get so much done. Just take the money here, right? Although I'm now considering actually removing a card or two with the double pommel strike. I think we could think about losing Bash at this point. And we could also think about losing Inflame, truly. Because we have both Rupture and Demon Form. So I would nominate both of these cards for potential removes. But I might just take the money here. Again, our main goal is to buy relics with our cash. To that end, I will keep our Bash. For now. Hey there, Jankoviak. Pleasure to see you as ever. Life's going good. I'm guessing this unfortunate bottom two cards here. I'm guessing Inflame, Rupture, Bloodletting, Anger won't kill, alright? Only one more strength? Yeah, no way. Let's take my ace. Speed Potion's not bad, and I think we're going to mostly stop adding cards, especially unupgraded cards. Unless those cards either say Exhaust, or they say Dropkick on them. None of these cards are Dropkick, right? That's right, okay. To the Burning Elite! Definitely want to play Demon Form in this combat. So we'll wait for that. Maybe we should have played Anger before playing the Inflame. Guaranteed Demon Form next turn. Okay. Just let all the exhausting cards get gone. And I can Warcry the Power Through on top. But that would cause me to not draw the Uppercut or the Pommel Strike. I suppose that's not a bad thing. Waking up anyway, so I should play this Anger. Okay, that way we always draw Power Through here. It's not the only thing we draw. Let's go. Armaments, Power Through. Lose the Bash and the Dropkick, just go Bloodletting, Fiendfire? I think so. Get rid of these two wounds. And then we should have a kill here, right? Yeah, definitely. Wow. This deck is strong, and now that the deck is in this state, you can see where we really start to get our power. I can just play Anger, Pommel Strike, Bloodletting in a cycle pretty much forever. We get ourselves a boat thingy for free block. And a dual wield is a curious option here, as is a Blood for Blood. Although I think neither are actually necessary. Wait, dual wield lets us go double dropkick. Hey there, Olivia 5K. Yeah, dual wield is dropkick if we still feel like we need it. Lets us make more Fiendfires, more Inflames, more Ruptures, more Demon Forms. but is an energy-intensive way to do that. You have to pay for the dual wield and then also pay for the additional cards you're playing. Not a problem in the case of dropkick, though. I don't think I'm going to do it. I am not on board going to this fight. Because I said so. That was better to be armaments uppercut? I don't think so. Or through Fiendfire? How much damage is that? 7 times 5. Yeah, that should be plenty. That should be plenty. That's a self-damage card for Rupture. Hemokinesis could work reasonably well. I also think Sword Boomerang could work pretty well. Stravia says, I know Demon Form is a strong card, but I always feel like it's clunky in hallways. Should I be ignoring it in most hallways and save it for elites and bosses? I think so. I think that is the intended use case of not just Demon Form, but almost all 3-cost powers in Slay the Spire are typically not worth it in the shorter hallway fights of the game, but become worth it in some of the elite fights and almost all of the boss fights as a way to gain the long-term or total numeric power that you need. One thing that I really like to do to really empower this kind of strategy is the relic Slaver's Collar as a boss relic. It gives you 3 energy in regular combats, and then 4 energy in boss and elite combats. And the way to kind of make this work, so to speak, is to have a bunch of front-load cards that your deck can play on 3 energy, and plan to utilize the additional 4th energy or 5th energy, whatever it is, in your scaling cards for the more difficult fights. So having a Demon Form and playing it only in the fights you have 4 energy is a great use of the Slaver's Collar, or the same can be said of something like Creative AI. Mr. Beechgrove, thank you so much for 7 cozy months of support. Do I need any help for Hexaghost? Bronze scale style? What about birds after Hexaghost? I guess the speed potion's not worth very much, because it's 10 block if and only if we can play both of our block cards in the same turn, which is not that common. So we'll take the liquid bronze over the speed pot, and we will upgrade. I guess Demon Form is a pretty good upgrade for Hexaghost here, huh? The rest is easier to upgrade with armaments anyway, sure. And Warcry is probably the next card I'll deliberately upgrade. What do we got here? Fiendfire next turn. Okay. Let's do the following then. Give them the bonk. The really big bonk. This is Pummel Strike, then Armaments, Dropkick, Inflame. Something like that. Likely to draw a Demon Form and be unable to play it. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Armaments, Dropkick, Inflame. Oh, we didn't draw the Demon Form. Even better. Good. Upgraded Fiendfire going into Act 2. I think that's pretty reasonable as well. Gives us a really spicy... Am I going to play Demon Form at all, actually? I think the answer is no. Not in this fight. Feels bad to upgrade it then, huh? Go what? Arma, Bloodletting, Pummel Strike, Fiendfire? Play the Anger, too. GG, nerd. Well. We got ourselves some options, chat. Impervious is a one-time gain 31 block, which is definitely all we need for a turn. Buys us a free turn. But so does Offering. Offering buys us a free turn by giving us essentially a free turn worth of energy and card draw. Also causes self-damage, activating our Rupture. And gets a lot of cards in hand to use with armaments. I think that would then become our best upgrade. Draw 5. Lastly, but not leastly, Barricade here. Barricade lets us retain the block from the boat thingy, the power through, and the armaments. It's kind of interesting. Is this even legal? I think I'll be taking the Offering. Mostly for the Rupture interaction, but any of these will do. I also think we're able to afford the hit point loss from Offering because we have the Eternal Feather. Although adding the Bloodletting and the Offering together could start to really wear our health resource thin. That said, if we have to rest 1 or 2 times, I'm okay with that. Coffee Dripper might make me a little nervous, though. Actually, not the world's worst ectoplasm. Because I don't need to remove many cards, or any cards, necessarily. Was the bot never updated for 2.2? Unfortunately not. I'm just grateful the Spire Infobot still works at all. I expect that at some point it will disappear for lack of maintenance entirely. But that day has not yet arrived. Sneko-Eye. Sneko-Eye takes away our consistency with regards to energy costs here. Prevents us from being able to reliably cycle Pommel Strike, Bloodletting, or whatever. But does give us a heck of a lot of draws, and allows us to play Demon Form, Fiend Fire, Uppercut pretty dang easily here. Sometimes the Offering and Bloodletting will be useful, sometimes they won't. Anger would become our best removal if I take the Sneko-Eye, but we'll keep the Bash, the Uppercut, and everything else. So we trade away most of what we have and exchange it for Demon-Formed Power Through Fiendfire very consistently. Ironclad in general really likes Sneko-Eye. What about our Dropkick Infinite? We've already, honestly, gone off the Dropkick Infinite train. I would almost rather... Although I have a couple other preferential removals, I'm actually happy now removing Dropkick because we have 2 Pommel Strikes and Bloodletting. That goes as far as we need it to go for most fights. I could see taking Astrolabe, truthfully. I would transform Inflame, Bash, and Anger, perhaps. Trying to get new stuff. Maybe not Anger. Definitely Inflame and Bash. I guess, yeah, Inflame, Bash, Dropkick, maybe. That's not the worst thing either. We may or may not get useful cards as a result. A really good result will yield an excellent deck. A really bad result would be pretty underwhelming. Yeah, let's do it, actually. Bash, Inflame, Dropkick. And boy howdy, do we get rewarded for that. Burning Pact, Sentinel, Limit Break? Holy crap. The Spire is going to regret being in my way tonight. I think if you let me pick 3 cards to break the game with, I don't know that I could do as well as what we just got. That is some sweet, sweet acceleration right there. What is the max number of elites I'm allowed to fight? 3? That's how many I'm going to fight. 1000%. Could this beat Heart now? That's my question. I don't think we quite have enough health for it. We could kill the Heart, damage-wise, in maybe 4 turns. But I don't think we can... I don't think we can block it. Is Sentinel good now? Sentinel has always been a pretty generically bad card for Ironclad unless you happen to have the right other cards to go with it. And we do have the right other card to go with it, which is the Burning Pact that we also got at the same time. In isolation, the Sentinel would have been pretty terrible, but here, paired with Burning Pact, it's amazing because we can draw 3 cards and gain 3 energy by destroying this card. It's also 9 block if we play it, which is genuinely decent. Upgrades that are important. Literally just offering. Okay, sweet. So go to this fire, and we'll fight 3 elites. Easy. I'll also take a bunch of events, because combats are just going to lower my health, probably. And I really don't see a whole lot of use for card rewards. I guess there's some. Greetings. I'd like to keep drawing, please. Get rid of this. Perfect. I could just go... Offering? Armaments. I guess Rupture Bloodletting? Or is it just Bloodletting... No, Bloodletting, Uppercut, Fiendfire. That's the one. Okay, well, we did take 9 damage, I guess. I could find Dark Embrace or Feel No Pain, perhaps. I actually rather like the heal right now. Given that, again, our resources will be a little strained by every fight we get into for a while. Dreamcatcher. I'm not resting. Get out of here, you stinky Dreamcatcher. Long Line of Hooded Figures offer me a Ritual Dagger. Card that we could permanently scale damage-wise by getting a kill with it. Interesting. Of course, that is yet another card in the deck, which I'm not sure I want right now. It's also 50 gold I don't get, which I also don't want. Alright, give me more relics, please. I'm just going to collect them. Like they're Pokemon. Cursed Tome. Definitely. What do you got? Nilri's Codex lets us shuffle one of 3 random cards into the draw pile every turn. Pretty good overall, adds a lot of extra decision-making to your run generally, but well within acceptable parameters, I'll say. (13 + 9, 21. I would have to Thorn's Pot to kill you. Otherwise, I'm guaranteed getting attack next turn, but that's not a bad thing. Okay. In which case, I'll just play the Demon Form, take 5 damage, and the leader will attack me next turn. That's fine. I would love a second Sentinel, actually. That sounds grand. Beautiful. Alright, let's get rid of that. I have how much energy? All the energy. Okay, and Flame is gone, is that right? That's right. Go limit break. I'll strike you. Limit break. Almost strike you again. Armaments. Power through. Holy crap. And I guess I'll just play the Rupture now. Not gonna attack me again. So I don't need to do any more self-damage, theoretically. Here it comes, I agree. I think you may be disagreeing on what exactly it is. My wrath. Fear. Fear my wrath. The power. Ceramic Fish will further give us money as long as I'm willing to add cards to the deck, which I'm probably not willing to do, for the most part. Body Slam is a potentially interesting inclusion here. Upgrades to be 0 cost. Deal damage equal to your block. But I think I'm going to skip. Let's upgrade the Offering. And let's hit a shop with 524 gold. What do you have for me, Mr. Merchant? Oh, you've got a Dark Embrace and a Frozen Eye. That seems nice. Definitely going to be taking Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. That's a lot of card draw. And the more card draw this deck has, the more damage it will deal. So yes to that. I think I might be buying a card removal here. What would I remove at this point? I could remove Warcry, but I don't need to do that. Likewise, I could add a True Grit, but to what end? I guess for blocking, huh? Then True Grit Power Through is the block engine? Frozen Eye is actually exceedingly helpful. I think we'll be picking that up. That allows me to see the cards in the draw pile in the order that they are in the draw pile. Secret Technique could be very nice. This upgrades to not exhaust, letting us put any skill from the draw pile into our hand. Targeted draw. Pretty cool. Very expensive, though. Could buy an entire relic for the price of this card. But I think it's got to be True Grit here. Maybe Nunchaku? Actually, Nunchaku seems pretty sweet. Since we play a lot of attack cards. Ornithopter also seems pretty sweet. That's healing every time we use a potion. Bonus Merchant with Prismatic Shard and Reaper? What? Get out of here. If I'd known this was coming, I wouldn't have bought the Nunchaku. Rude. Very rude. What's on top? Perfect. Please. Put that on top then, I guess. Interesting, they both have the same health. You can't do that, that's illegal. Sir? Alright, I'll be taking my money back. Thank you. I'd like to avoid further damage here, if possible. Might have to play a Rupture, though. Or, a Bloodletting with the Rupture, excuse me. What we have will do. Pretty mediocre cards. Don't really need any of them. Imagine if we had a relic to know exactly what was on top of the deck. We could have seen that coming. If only there was some way to know. That would actually make Havoc a pretty good card. Because then I could know what's on top of the deck. Actually. Havoc Frozen Eye, huh? Let's try it. What can that do for me? I can play True Grit randomly. Or Fiendfire. Randomly. Terrifying. So what's the line here? Quapo and Fearsome Brown, thank you both for the Prime sub. The twofer. Do I want to block with Sentinel, or do I want Sentinel to be exhausted? Great question. This is definitely a good time for the Thorns pot. Take advantage of that heal as well. Let's see how our True Grit resolves here real quick. Play Bloodline first. Could guarantee the limit break gets hit if I want. Actually not the worst thing in the world, huh? Those two, this is our hand next turn. Cool with that. So Pummel Strike draws these two, then these two. And then I Burning Pact to get to the offering, I guess. No. Oh, I can't play the Rupture before the offering. Heck. Here we go. Get some cards out of my hand before I Burning Pact with the Sentinel. So now I can Fiendfire, and then this would be all that I have left. That's not actually the worst thing in the world, huh? Wait, what happens if I Armaments and then Havoc? Fascinating. So wait, I can just do this now, huh? Okay. Angers are putting in some work. Do I need to play this Bloodletting? I honestly think the answer is no. Havoc in one Anger is not an infinite with only one Dark Embrace. I remember that. Spicy. Blue Candle sure makes me wish that we had gotten a Necronomicon from the event here, but we still do have Rupture Blue Candle as a thing that we can do. What a Flame Barrier. Nah, I don't think I need it. Be gone, you stinky book. How dare you read at me? Top card is Havoc, which would play Offering. All right. That means I'm playing this Rupture. I think. What is it? Rupture Ascender's Bane armaments or armor? No, it's got to be Ascender's Bane. No, armaments, Rupture, Ascender's Bane, Havoc. 2 energy. Havoc plays this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll be fine. Unless you're telling me I can draw into the Burning Pact Sentinel combo. In which case, I won't play Rupture at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pummel Strike has to happen. And then Burning Pact. So I have to have at least 1 energy left after I play the Offering. Oh, how are we drawing? Oh, we're not drawing. That's right. I'm thinking that playing the Ascender's Bane will draw me a card, but we don't have Dark Embrace in play, nor do we have Runic Cube, so we're not drawing a card at all. In that case, we're just taking a hit. Guess I'll do Bloodletting Demon Form? That sounds fine. But playing the Curse with Blue Candle just gets rid of it, as you can see. Not too... Oh, we don't draw the thingy. Guess that's fine. Heck 'em. Spicy. Shockwave with a plus on it. Yes. Spooky here. So, how do we survive the turn 1 against the 3 Slavers? The answer is Frozen Eye. Hopefully. So, Offering draws me 5. And I'll have a lot of energy. And I've got Burning Pact to get rid of the Sentinel, too. Question is, do I play the Dark Embrace for 2 additional energy this turn? I think that's pretty difficult to justify in this situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. I can actually draw all the way to the uppercut, and that's if I don't play Dark Embrace. If I do play Dark Embrace, it would be Dark Embrace, then Offering. I draw 6. Draw to the Shockwave. Burning Pact the Sentinel. Draw to a full hand. Then I want Armaments, the Rupture, and the Havoc. So I guess the question is, what do I want to randomly play with this free Havoc? We can Havoc the Shockwave if I don't play Dark Embrace. That's pretty good. Well, it's only a 1 energy saving. It's still pretty sweet. And then that means that these Pummel Strikes will hit really hard. How do I actually kill... We need the Red Slaver to die this turn. That's a given. How do we actually make that happen? I make him vulnerable, then I play Pummel Strike, Anger. That's only 39 damage. I'll have to play the uppercut, too. Right? Correct. Which actually means I don't have to play the Anger, because Pummel Strike, uppercut will be 15, 15, 19, 49 damage. So I just have to make sure we draw this far. So Offering draws 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Havoc hits this, then Pummel Strike draws 1/2, Pummel Strike draws 1/2, Burning Pact draws 1/2 3. Yes. And we have how much energy to spend? 5, 8. We're spending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, we got this. Okay. Cool. So we play the Offering. We Havoc Shockwave. Ooh, but what I didn't think about was hand being full. Is that going to be a problem for us? Potentially. Draw 2. Almost Strike can still draw 2. I can also play the Ascender's Bane to create hand space here. Okay, Pummel Strike will draw the uppercut, so now I can play the armaments, upgrade everything. Pummel Strike, uppercut him, kill him, play a card to block, play Warcry, and put a card on top for next turn. Which is going to be Fiendfire, probably. Or Power Through, unless the top card is Fiendfire, which it's not. I know it's not. So I could actually put Bloodletting into my hand and play that too. That would let me do Rupture, Bloodletting, True Grit, Dark Embrace. Seems like the way to win this fight. Not drawing the Power Through yet. Front guy. Double tap? That could be really bad, actually. Also get 14 free block this turn, which I did kind of forget about, truthfully. So, we do 10 times this many. Kill this guy. Okay. Well, that'll do it. Finish him with the big bonk. Get a White Beast statue, giving us a potion after every combat, which will also be 5 health after every combat. And do we want a Brutality? I think that might be too much self-damage. Yeah, prior to Champ, especially with no potions, I think I'll just be resting here. That said, Champ should be a pretty easy fight for this deck. 28 or 50. 50 feels a lot better than 28 here. Yeah, where's that Reaper, hey? Oh well. Havoc would hit Burning Pact, which draws Demon Form, Sentinel Offering? Deal. Offering draws 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll play Demon Form. Next turn, blah, 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 blah. Not going to play Anger yet. Sentinel will be a good True Grit target next turn. Okay. Shockwave Blade? No. Play Power Through Fiendfire. Get rid of Bloodletting? No, don't do that. Bloodletting on top. That feels better. Don't play this yet, or this. That's gonna be the one. Let's kill him in one hit. Just because we can. Second wind is good with the power through. Not ready yet. You hear me? It's not ready yet. Soon. Yes! Bonk. Speed is here to give us max HP scaling. I think that would be a pretty good way to tackle hearts. Kind of a little bit of sustain, too. Barricade's also an appealing option at this point. Never going to take this bludgeon. Barricade really doesn't do much for me. Let's take the feed. Take the feed. And the Runic Pyramid? Means this is a 3 energy deck. Her boss relics would be Pandora's Box, Astrolabe, or Runic Pyramid. But that is not a bad thing. Pyramid means we keep all of our cards in our hand every turn. Ideal for landing feeds, ideal for targeting Sentinel with True Grits, ideal for getting everything upgraded with armaments too. And it means we're not really saddened by the loss of Barricade. Otherwise, I would take more energy in the form of Slaver's Color. But I truthfully think that the Bloodletting and the Offering are doing all the work that Energy Relics never could. So let's grab a Pyramid then, retain our hand every turn. We've got even more sustain than we did before, with a larger deck, an Eternal Feather, plus the Ornithopter and the White Beast statue. Max Elites is 3 this act, a couple ways to get there. I'll go through an early-ish shop, and a few combats, I suppose. Like this. Also, this. Who needs block if you simply kill? You'd also be surprised at just how much block we're going to be able to generate off of Power Through and True Grit together. Just those 2 cards will do incredible wonders for us. Guess I could also do the following. Although then I get less combats, less feeding. We want the feeds. We want the many feeds. The feed fire. Towards the bottom. So could simply kill. I think I will. This is a good fight for Barricade, I suppose. What about double Barricade? Thanks to Neil Reese, we just casually got an Exhume for a second copy of Feed, by the way. Havoc Barricade into play. Gotta get armaments back, though. Should have thought that through. There it is. So, armaments, land this feed, exhume the feed. We may feed again at our leisure. Eight max health from the first combat is a pretty good sign of where this feed is going to take us. My gamertag's alive, thank you so much for 4 months of support. And Jabastium, thank you for 15. Lots of coziness acquired. Take 6 or draw a bunch of cards and then take 0 after taking 6. Top card's a limit break, huh? Not if I do this. Thunderclap's not bad. We just want to get back to our armaments. This poor Fiendfire is almost useless now because it prevents me from using the feed in most circumstances. What a tragedy. Play that also. Corruption. No, actually just armaments. Arma the Arma. Brilliant. Wound. Anger on top. 2-1. I understand. Oh, I should use the regen potion in this fight as well, right? We're gonna get a potion after this fight. But let's top up. All casual-like. Of course, that means I don't want to end the fight on this turn, because then I won't have all the regen. So we'll just take a couple turns bopping them in the face. Okay. And now, deliciousness. Perfected Strike. Doesn't do a whole lot for us. Rage could be an interesting block generator for us, though. If we pair Rage with the double pommel strikes. Yeah. I actually envision that being our answer to Heart Den. I like it. Okay, we can Havoc power through next turn. That's somewhat reasonable. Yeah. Also got potions if necessary. Doesn't seem like they're gonna be, though. Get this out of my hand. These out of my hands. Room. Barricade's back, but you're too late. You are too late. Let's see, we can uppercut and then Burning Pact the Sentinel. And then now I can play Pummel Strikes. Quite a few of them, actually, so yeah, we'll be fine. Unless I stop playing them. How do I get 2 Dark Embraces into my hand? This is unto words. I think would hit Armaments, which then draws True Grit. Okay, a very roundabout way to get to blocking, but we did get there. Tasty. Should have used a potion, but... Third upgraded Pommel Strike maybe feels a little redundant. Not the worst, though. Then I could actually lose one of them and be okay with it. I'll grab that. And we're also going to keep this blood potion for handy-dandy healing, if ever we should need any. Too much for the red mask, I'm sorry, friends. Madnesses? Now there's an intriguing option. Receive 2 madness, lose 16 health. And that could bring us to a true infinite combo, which I kind of like. First act boss is Donu and Deka. Honestly, yeah, let's do it. Reduce the cost of a random card in your hand to 0 this combat. Now, sometimes that'll stand in our way by messing with our card draws, but other times it'll be exactly what we needed. Very tempted to just destroy this entire hand. The next turn I would draw this. That wouldn't be very good. Could do that and then Swift Potion? Now there's an intriguing idea. Deeply intriguing idea. Or I could even burn through a few more before doing that. It's not in my hand. Okay. And then, yes, then we Swift Potion, and now I can actually keep playing. Cool. Beautiful. Those to be upgraded as well. good. That actually all I needed? Maybe. Well, hits the feed, which is fine by me. Just do this, essentially, much as I want. Delicious! Fruit juice, that's more max health. Love to see it. And there's a double tap if we thought we needed it. Personally, I don't think we do. I don't think we do. Apparently we have another bloodletting also. And a shame. What? Eh. What just happened? Oh dear. Oh dear. He didn't even shuffle the deck. He was cheating us. I dare say that's going to make things a little awkward, but oh, we got a Centennial puzzle, so honestly, I'm cool with how that happened. I think our Rupture just got really good. Mostly. Yeah, I'll take an upgrade. And a heal. You feel like you need an upgrade now? And the Dark Embrace is last, but that'll be in Act 4. All that work for nothing? Now I have a Sundial. Madnesses, get out. Well, we're infinite 5 different ways, at least. That's the good news. Madness makes Pummel Strike free. Oh, you thought Shame was bad? But behold. Card draw and strength gain. Easy. More strength gain. More limit breaks. Beautiful to behold. Two feeds, right? That's right. Karma is a few cards away. I'm so strong. Next turn will be truly strong. The Strongening. Nice. I don't have Dark Embrace in play, but I can Burning Pact into the Impervious here. Works for me. I have to play Bloodletting to do that. Heal me. I'm a chunky boy. Very chunky. No Dark Embrace in play. I guess I'll do Bloodletting. Dark Embrace, Limit Break. See where that takes us. Limit Break's on top again? Well, that seems ridiculous. One tasty giant head. Delicious. Get Akabeko, making our first attack each combat, do bonus damage. Could add a card from here, but I'm not gonna. Instead, I'm gonna try to eat the Transient. Watch me. Perfect. Also draw 3s immediately, right? That's correct. And then I could upgrade... Oh, yeah. So we play the Ascender's Bane first. Then upgrade my hand. Play the powers. Madness has to hit Pommel Strike. Oh, other Madness doesn't have to hit Pommel Strike. Unless I play Shockwave first. Then I draw a Curse. Curses have 0 cost, so Madness has to hit Pommel Strike. And would you look at that? This guy's getting eaten. Sure, that's not my hand. Draw 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. In that case, I will offering now. Let's get this in play. Get rid of the excess feed. And we're done our turn. Shouldn't need anything more than that. This should be the last turn I need to take damage on. I think we have otherwise solved the problem. This to play Burning Pact to get rid of this. Draw more cards. Those cards allow me to exhaust other stuff. Get rid of the True Grit and the non-free Pommel Strike. And here we are. Spin to win. Hear about the Ironclad who made a deck that was too strong for the Spire. He had to sundial it back. Stay balanced. Delicious, delicious transients. Yeah, give me that heal. Yeah, sundial doing absolutely nothing actually useful there. Oh well. What does he taste like? Spirits. And that's going to draw too many cards. Tastes like chicken. This played. Fiendfire is now free? Interesting. Do I play the Fiendfire? Anything here important? Absolutely not. Feed is in the draw pile. And that gave me a bunch of energy. How absurd. Just eat the Nemesis on turn 1. Oh, that is madness. Madness! Zizzy, thank you for pointing that out. Quickly to the channel point screen. No one's allowed to be an FTL crew member anymore. Speaking of, we had some really good times in FTL Multiverse Edition yesterday. I think we'll be revisiting that. The double feed upgrade, the power. Tasty. Very tasty. Kind of funny how these curses are mostly a good thing. Let's see, next turn one. Yeah. These two, top card will be Pummel Strike. Now delete all of it. Blocking? Is that something that I'm doing? I wouldn't really describe it as such. Guess I'll play Offering then. Dark Embrace is here at long last. Here we are. Let's get rid of that. Once there's few enough cards in the deck, then we're in crazy lands, and we win. All it takes. Get him, Sundial. I have one too many cards in this deck right now. Nope, don't play that. Now you can play it. Delicious. Flexing kind of interesting with Limit Break. I think a Warcry Plus instead, though. A little bit more card draw, kind of. With Dark Embrace, it is. And 9 more gold from the Ceramic Fish, of course, which has turned into 135 gold thanks to 4 cards from the Match and Keep. But why? Eyebrow says, Battle Trance always looks to me like somebody playing a saxophone. I can kind of see it. It's a pocket watch and a spiral, kind of like a hypnosis card. Very odd choice overall. So Bloodletting draws me 3. I think that's what I'm going to do. Go from there. Draw 2. I have 2 feeds, right? That's right. I'll casually chow down on that guy. Havoc would play Warcry, which lets me Burning Pact the Sentinel. Very odd turn we got going on here. Didn't actually make any block, though. He understands. Guess that means I'm playing Offering. Or yet more card draw. Any reason to not just Fiend Fire this whole hand? I don't think so. We can do it on this one. As I will draw 9 new cards. Yeah. Delicious. Good turn 1. Second power through could help with blocking. Don't think we're going to need help with blocking, though. And don't forget, we get multiple feeds in our boss fights, too. We can eat both Donu and Deka if we play our cards correctly. Which I think means this Fiend Fire is not getting played. Burning Pact lets me draw Ascender's Bane, play the Ascender's Bane, draw 3 more. It lets me get Demon Form down. Well, not exactly. I only have 3 energy. We need Madness's help. Madness, please help me. Good job. Good work. Guess I'm taking a bunch of damage to the face on this turn. Not my ideal, but it is where we're at. And I've got help to spare. Finally, we're able to get this True Grit upgraded. That matters quite a lot to me, it turns out. Now I can get Demon Form in play. Limit Break can wait. Rage can wait. Bloodletting next turn? Yeah, probably Bloodletting and Offering next turn. Play this into Strength. Still no Dark Embrace. Any more strength coming this turn? Yes, when I play Offering. So let's try to Limit Break after Offering. And after Bloodletting, I suppose. There we go. He is free, I'm okay with that, although it's definitely not ideal. This needs to get played, more or less. We can Vuln, so I can apply Vuln to either. Seems unlikely to happen as well. Sundial currently on 0. I could play Burning Pact. Nothing expensive to play, so I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? Oh, and I can Armaments then Havoc, so 3. That's also pretty good. Although I'd like to upgrade these Bloodletting, so... So we're not playing Armaments this turn, which means I'll take some damage this turn. We're very close to winning this fight. Overall. Now we're still here as far as I can tell. Although the bitrate's doing a little bit of the wibbly wobbly. So apologies if we lost you for a moment. So we have the Arma in hand. Just need the Bloodletting. 50 strength. Tasty. And now for your friends. Also tasty. Delicious. Next up, Slug Eater. Time Eater ends our turn every time we play a certain number of cards, which can definitely be a little bit awkward. And yet, perhaps not at all. Certainly I'll be taking a hit here at the start of this fight. Let's grab a True Grit. Giving me the hated drawdown condition. Already up to 7 strength though. That's a good start. Let's see, we are allowed to Fiend Fire this time because we have 2 feeds, and as long as I don't Battle Trance too early, that'll work out really well. So let's go Ascender's Bane. Battle Trance. Oh wait, that did draw Feather Feed. In which case we won't be playing Fiend Fire, but we will be playing Limit Break next turn. That's pretty good. Dear sir, please cease your assault. Do not wish to have to hurt you. But I will if you make me. I'll take great pleasure in it, actually. What did we just lose there? Almost strike. And one of the feeds, that's fine. That's 200 damage. Make it more than that. Now it's too much damage. Die. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this pummeling? We'll get almost a full health thanks to the Eternal Feather, which means I'm allowed to upgrade this Dark Embrace, which I will do. More strength with Brimstone? Intriguing. Although I'm lacking the essential defense against Brimstone, Disarm. So, I don't know about that. Panic Button could definitely help if I take the Brimstone. Yeah, Brimstone and Vajra. Talk about strength gain, hey? We're really not very good at blocking. I really don't think I should take this. But I will swap my speed potion for a draw potion. I'll take the +1 strength. Does remove actually anger? Yeah, it is. And I'll add the panic button. That should be good. That should be all we need to tackle the last couple of combats pretty decisively here. Dark Embrace first. Guess I'll play the mat. Oh, that's right, we drew a lot of cards, not a few. Excuse me. Alright, in that case, this is going to go pretty well for us. Fiend Fire. Yeah. Good. Rupture is still not in play. Let's try to get that down before I play too much more self-damage. Easiest way to get there, just play the offering. Actually, that won't be enough. Because of hand size problems. This is Armaments Offering. I am allowed to use one of my potions. I suppose the Flex Potion is probably the better one to use. Not that we need it here at all. But it will heal me for 5. That's nice. Should also try to minimize our self-damage where possible. Get rid of this and play it. Havoc became free. How appropriate. Okay, we'll use this now. Our limit bronk. Delicious. You ever just eat this shield on turn 1? It was pretty good. Havoc does not turn us around, that's correct. Works kind of weirdly, doesn't it? You dare attack me in my own home. Ooh. I don't have any other... Delicious! Get the bag of marbles, applying 1 Vuln on turn 1, and a colorless potion. Second armaments if we feel we have the need for one. Honestly, I think we're fine. It's a lot of health, man. 129 health going into the Heart Bite. And we got Dark Embrace offering Shockwave on turn 1. Doesn't get much better than that, truthfully. See what's in this colorless potion. A Master of Strategy, which can be upgraded, or a Panache, or Jack of Trades. I think it's going to be the Master of Strategy. Although I might just have my hand full perpetually. Maybe I don't need that. Certainly we're going to draw a ton of cards as soon as I play Dark Embrace here. Where's Rupture? That's the important question. Ah! Of course. Well, that's a slight issue. I guess it's not really an issue. We really don't care how much strength we get. It's more a question of how quickly can we go infinite. Which is the goal here. Nilreese really wants me to win here. I'll take the Sentinel. Right now we need energy more than we need card draw. Because I don't need card draw. Seven draws to get to Fiend Fire. can do that. Four draws to get to Fiendfire. These madnesses aren't going to matter, they're just going to get Fiendfired. I'd also like to have the wound when I Fiendfire. This would be 1, 2, 3 draws, 1, 2, 3. This will also be 3. Although I wanted to go power through. I guess this draws 2. This way. If I get rid of the shame, I'll draw the burn. Guess that's not really a gain either way. Okay. I'll take 1 damage. Although I'm not allowed to block on this turn. So that's a slight inconvenience for me. Guess I'll just play the demon form with this turn. Next turn we what? Block with Sentinel. Try to draw a little further in. We need to get our armaments on this True Grit. Oh, did I exhaust my rage there? Don't tell me I did that. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, good. Very important that I don't lose that card, actually. I guess I'll just take a hit to the face. What do you got? Ouch. Do I True Grit blindly? I have a Pummel Strike to spare, I have a Feed to spare. If Sentinel gets hit, that's good. So yes, I will True Grit without playing without the upgrade for the moment. Lose 1 feed, which is fine. So we'll play Rupture. No, let's do it this way. It's 1, 2, 3. Yikes. Just Havoc that wound, actually. I think I was supposed to play the Limit Break before the True Grit as well. Missed that. Okay, you're not upgraded yet, but you will be. Eventually. So close. So I'm just gonna go Pummel Strike, Armaments, Bloodletting, get rid of a Sentinel. There we go. Draw more cards. Get rid of a Burn. Block old school style. Take another point of damage. Too late for you, Disarm, but Limit Break can come along. Havoc the Armament sounds grand. Get this stuff out of my hands. I think we're infinite this turn. Not that we need to be infinite with a deck that has this many limit breakings. Nunchaku and Sundial teaming up. Oh yeah, I have his Pommel Strike to spare, so Havoc this. True Grit. This. True Grit. This. And I think we can get rid of the Havoc now too. Okay. Shenanigans ensue. Guess I can just put my strength to infinity now? Might as well, right? Or is this energy positive or not? Yep. The strong. Can't go any more higher than that, unfortunately. I'd love to, but there is no gain to be had. Other than Infinity Block. GG, Mr. Hart. Sure are delicious, though. GG. Hart, more like Bard of the Spire. Got him. GG. 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 Did you hear about the heart that committed a crime? The police put it under cardiac arrest. GG. Yeah, what has it been done? The Spire's been obliterated. And so shall I? Wait a minute. That's not how that goes. The Spire sleeps. And silly Pommel Strike Infinites carried the day. This deck got really weird. On this floor. You're only able to get 5 cards maximum from the Match and Keep, and that's a very unlikely outcome. Getting 4 is pretty ridiculous. I think that's the most I've ever personally received from this event. 2 Curses, 2 Ironclad cards. But I do think this was pretty much a one deal right from the word go with how ridiculous this Pandora's Box start was. Vistason, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And Sulfur, thank you for keeping it cozy for 19 months. this a world record number of curses added to your deck from Munchkin Keep? Probably. Probably. And right after I took the 2 Madnesses, too. We got so much money from the ceramic fish on these 2 floors. Not that I spent it. And yeah, to clarify, since there's a couple questions running around in the chat about the card Blasphemy, this purple card, a watcher here. Enter Divinity, die next turn. What that actually means is take 99,999, one shy of 100,000 damage. Dealt as direct health damage, so block doesn't apply. Not that block would help you from this much. At the start of your next turn. You can survive this by being intangible, as that reduces the damage down to 1. You can survive it by having a buffer, as that prevents the damage entirely. Or you can survive it by having a fairy in a bottle or lizard tail that bring you back to life after the damage kills you. You cannot purge it with any kind of debuff, prevention, or removal. No orange pellets, no artifact. That doesn't work here. But intangibility and buffer do. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, refill the water, stretch the legs, grab a quick bite of jerky or something, and when I return, it's going to be silent time, starting with a random boss relic, doing who knows what. You can also survive by having, I guess, more than 100,000 health, which is technically possible. I remember hearing somebody did it with infinite fruit juices somehow. It was either infinite money plus career or infinite alchemizes to get to that point. I'm not sure which. One of those 2 things works. Very odd. And I've got commands to update. Alright, I'll be back in, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes. When I return, it'll be silent time. Be right back, folks. Okie dokie pokey. We're back. We're back. Silent. Not the character I think of when I picture boss swaps, but she is the character I think of when I picture Wristblade. Or Runic Pyramid. It's actually what the other thing I was going to say, too. Perfect! Runic Pyramid to start the run. Doesn't get much juicier than that. Especially if you're not forced into an early elite fight, which is something that can absolutely spell doom for the Silent. I think this pyramid will also help us very tremendously against Slime Boss. Big problem with Slime Boss is the slimes add up and you can no longer draw a hand full of useful cards, but if you've retained all your useful cards, well then there's no problem. Is the Spire trying to lose today? Certainly seems like it. It's doing its best to get bonked on. 3 easy upgrade sites here, maybe a little cowardly. We only get 1 elite up this path. But a couple of upgrades go a really long way with the Runic Pyramid, so that's option 1. Every other option involves spooky stuff. Let's put this one in yellow. I would call this a medium difficulty path. Like this. Hit fire, elite, fire, chest, and then there's a second elite later. Or we could even opt from there into the burning elite, depending on how we feel. So 3 paths indicated, 3 different kind of challenge levels, but also increasing in rewards as we go up the difficulty here. If only there was some way I could optionality my pathing here. I guess we could opt into this elite if we felt particularly strong, although I don't know what I would need to have in order to try that. I suppose I wouldn't regret missing out on a relic too much. But the risk going for an elite here is that Lagavulin or Gremlinob could both potentially be really disastrous. Epiphany TC, hello and welcome. If I click on Slime Boss with the mod, I don't think I'm allowed to color Slime Boss. Can even, like, draw scribbles, but they... Oh, I can kind of fill them in a bit. Here we go. A nice lovely red for you, Mr. Slime Boss. Beautiful. Alright, I'll take the conservative path, we'll call it. I think with the Runic Pyramid start, that's probably the right move overall. Silent particularly likes the Runic Pyramid because it enables her to be so much more efficient with her block, so that she can spend her actual energy on dealing damage when it's important. Also, crucially, lets us hold Neutralize for the right turn when we actually need the weaken. Just gonna block 3 times and then kill next turn. Prepared's actually pretty good with Runic Pyramid. Draw 1, discard 1 enables us to avoid what's often referred to as hand clog with Runic Pyramid, where you end up with a handful of cards and you can only play a couple of them, preventing you from being able to draw 5 new cards at the start of your next turn. By simply discarding one of your existing cards, the problem of hand clog is solved, but in fights where you need every draw to count, the Prepared won't help you that much. It's a decent upgrade, though, too. Not a huge fan of the offensive options. I guess the Masterful Stab is okay. I'm going to try first pick Prepared. We are taking the no elites path, right? So we have no fear of immediate Gremlinob, and I'm allowed to take a weird pick like this as my first card if I want to. And I'm allowed to pay 20 health to upgrade 2 random cards, which is a trade I'll make, even if they're only upgraded strikes or defends. Defend and neutralize. Pretty good. We'll end up with 2 upgrades for essentially the price of 1. We can get back exactly 20 health resting at a rest site. This is not what I would call my ideal turn 1, but I think it won't even matter, thanks to the pyramid here. Strike the one that has higher base damage. Beautiful. Break that block. Great fight. Plasma Pair, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Probably going to take a Fumes here as our answer to Slime Boss, or part of our answer to Slime Boss. We could take Alt Attack, but I find that discarding random cards is very inconvenient when I'm trying to keep my hand. Although I do like the front-loaded area damage Alt Attack provides. It would be very useful in our next couple of combats. Particularly this one. And we are at risk of that fight being really bad for us. Be careful. Very careful. Okay, just block 3 times. No reason to lose any health in this fight. Why not concentrate with the pyramid? Discarding 3 cards in order to gain 2 energy seems like it might be nice in theory, but in practice, we really struggle to get enough cards in hand to be able to actually spend the energy generated by concentrate. The amount of card draw you need for concentrate in particular to be functional is truly absurd, and just having the pyramid won't cut it. We'll end up with an empty hand and energy unspent. But Backflip gets us headed in the right direction. Actually, is this a Flechette's deck? It sure is. Flechette's Pyramid, now that hits hard. And that could be even our only attack card for this run, enabling us to do huge damage based on the number of cards we have. Really would love to pair that with Backflip, but we'll probably see more Backflips. Let's take it. Excellent first combat to get. The guy in blue here. Our first card combat from the hard pool. Our 4th regular combat in Act 1 comes from a more difficult set of encounters. And this guy is probably one of the easiest there is. Especially for a deck that's as block-oriented as ours. Get in there, Neutralize. You got it. Consistently able to draw just enough block each turn, thanks to retaining cards with Pyramid here. It's a good time. Perfect fight. An attack potion will help a lot if we get into a situation where we might need more damage. And I do say that Sneaky Strike is pretty dang good here as well. Working excellently with our Prepared if we need just a little bit more offensive power. And I'd say that we probably do. I'll take it. Hey there, Merle. What's poppin'? We just had a fantastic Pandora's Start Ironclad that ended up using a... We had a Pommel Strike Infinite before we found a Sundial, and then we also found Sundial. And then it was like triple Infinite or something weird. And we also had a Match and Keep event forcibly add 4 cards to our deck. That was fun. So moving strikes ASAP, you better believe it. First one's going to be here, or better yet, here. Did we get strong enough that I can fight an elite? Ooh, I think we did. We have upgraded Neutralize, we have Flechettes, and we have an attack potion. I think our odds in this upcoming fight are pretty good, although Gremlinob with a bad draw order could definitely do some damage to me. Yeah, and we have 2 rest sites in a row afterwards. I'm going to take the combat here for the extra money and the extra relic. It is a Lagavulin, who's one of our better options here. I'm going to wait 1 turn, then play Noxious Fumes. That way we get 3 turns of card draw before the poison wakes up the egg. Also play 1 strike so that next turn we can Flechettes for the big number. Beautiful. And this poison will help just a little bit. Not enough to be actually meaningful, mind you, but just a little bit. I want to discard cards that I'd like to draw again. Let's get our skills back. Play the Sneaky Strike. I could just triple regular Defend here, so that I guaranteed have Defend Survivor next turn. I actually like that. Thought about going Defend Survivor Strike, but then next turn is a little uncertain. Maybe that wasn't correct. Keep all these strikes for next turn. Feels to me like we've sorted it out. Beautiful play. Wow. Didn't use the potion, it didn't take a single point of damage. And now we have a gambling chip. Ho, ho, ho. Start of each combat, we can discard any number of cards and draw that many. Very, very powerful. Really hoping we see Reflex in the near future. Instead, we're offered Bouncing Flask. I don't know if I want that. Hey there, Rayari Elite. The Divine Fountain is an event I hear a lot of players express they've never seen before. There's a simple reason for that. In order to see the Divine Fountain, you must have a curse in your deck when you enter a question mark room. And for the most part, especially because of the advice of myself and many other players at the top, people aren't running around with curses in their deck very often. So you don't often see the event. I'm skipping all 3 of these. Doubt. That's a pretty important gold threshold to be put over right before the shop. We have no combats that we would have this curse for, but it does limit my ability to remove a strike. What do? I'm honestly not sure what I would want to buy with 300 gold anyway. Incense Burner, maybe? Fossilized Helix? But from the looks of it, this deck will benefit a ton from removals. So if I can avoid putting myself behind in that regard, I think. Oh, I didn't know about that one, Merle. Merle says, if you would encounter Divine Fountain at any point during your run and don't meet the criteria, it won't show up again. So if you roll it in Act 1, then it's removed from the pool for the whole run? Interesting. I imagine that works the same for a few other events, too. Princess Haram, thank you so much for 11 months of support. Yeah, that truly explains the rarity of it. No redraws. Interesting. I could opt for this elite, but I'd have to cost myself 2 upgrades and the shop. I'm not going to do that. We already got ahead on relics in a delightful way. Flechette's upgrade, then Fumes? Yeah, Fumes. Ice Cream Pyramid, one of my, well, maybe not favorite combos. I can retain both cards and energy, which is definitely a recipe for Flechettes does massive damage. Definitely. Maybe I should have taken that Bouncing Flask, actually. It's here. Well, well, well. If Reflex isn't a delight to see, I don't know what is. We can do Reflex plus a card removal. Can I also afford the footwork? That's the real question. Math says no. Wait, maybe? 83 plus 94 plus... that's right, 83 plus 39. Plus 75. 197, yeah, we're 3 gold short, unfortunately. I think Madness also could be rather interesting in what it allows you to do with Runic Pyramid. Madness on Sneaky Strike could be spicy. There's also the Clockwork Souvenir here, which blocks the first debuff each combat. There's a lot of different things that can be used for that are all very good. But I have to absolutely adore Reflex in a situation with Runic Pyramid and Gambling Chip. If we see Reflex on turn 1, it's just 2 free cards in our hand. Ridiculous. I actually want to bottle that card now. How amusing that is. Block. Fumes, and I could play Strike, or we can keep the energy, which I think I'd prefer to do. And then we'll play it later if we want to, but if we don't want to, no biggie. Hurt that, actually. Get him. 30 damage flechettes. Definitely not going to be the best flechettes we see this run, either. Dagger Spray could be helpful for Slime Boss, but I'm not convinced I actually want any of these cards at this time. Two extra cards on turn 1 on Silent with Runic Pyramid. Can you imagine? I think this deck is going to benefit from staying small. Really small, perhaps. With a few tactical additions here and there. How do I feel about Attack Potion versus Distilled Chaos? Chaos can make energy from Sneaky Strike, curiously. I'll go with one of each. Blade Dance is a skill, that's true. Hey, look, free cards on turn 1. 7 card opening hand. You love to see it. Get him, Noxious Fumes. So 20 damage incoming. We can actually perfectly block all of it, thanks to Neutralize and the Defense. Should be a good band name, actually. Neutralize and the Defense. Two flechettes. Anti-synergy with itself, it's true. But yes, synergy with the conditions that make flechettes good, right? If we're doing all the work to get 8 skills in hand, we might as well have 2 flechettes instead of 1. I'm going to try it. I think it'll be pretty good, actually. Dude. let's go Flechette's Fumes Defend Plus on this one. Weakorg, what do you call a bunch of construct enemies arguing amongst each other? Dysentries. Do I need to use a potion? Not yet. Maybe next turn. I suppose I actually also could have held that... Actually, that's what I should have done, was play with Ice Cream. Hold the Flechette's Plus. Hold the energy. And try to draw more skills this turn. I think that would have been slightly better. Probably would have let me kill without... without spending all of my energy here, but I get to go Flechette's Strike Neutralize... Survivor, excuse me, and I think that's good enough. End up taking 4 damage for the whole fight. Easy. Matryoshka. 2 relics out of our next 2 chests. That's delayed value, which is fine by me. Snecko Oil's pretty sketchy with Pyramid. We could take a second Sneaky Strike, but I think with 2 Flechettes, we don't need a second Sneaky Strike. And I think before Slime Boss, I'm going to upgrade this Reflex, of all things. Yellow Fire. Warmer. That way we get more cards if we draw it on turn 1, and more cards in general when we discard it, to make bigger, badder Flechettes. We also get to bank energy against Slime Boss. Heck yeah. Bank energy against Slime Boss here. As we don't necessarily need to play any cards on turn 1, and we might even not benefit from doing so. Let's just make a little room in hand. Gonna have a big Flechettes. Perfection. There's only 18 damage, but I'll still take it. Slimes are going to be a problem, though. Could play one more strike here. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Bank only 1 energy. That would have been a decent turn for the attack potion, but I think we're going to get through the fight without using it here. So, both are attacking for 18. Notably, the Spike Slime's attack adds 2 slimes to the deck, whereas the Acid Slime's attack does not. So, I'm going to split the Spike Slime in 2 here with Flechette's 20 damage. Thank goodness we have 2 of these. And let's perfectly block with Defend, Defend, Survivor. Get some room in hand here. Okay. Interesting. Could split the Gray Slime, or I could just block. Let the poison keep going. Next turn it'll be easy to kill these little gray ones. Actually, let's play Sneaky Strike now. Get rid of one of them. Block again. Perfect. That way we are able to redraw a Sneaky Strike. You're getting split, you're getting dead. Good. Good fight. GG Slime Boss. Expertly dispatched by the Fléchettes deck. Oh no. Pony3, thanks for the gifted sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, the Hack-Go Foe. Is Storm of Steel almost good here, allowing us to discard our entire hand, adding a Shiv into our hand for each card discarded, potentially drawing more cards off of Reflex. And it does combo with Fléchettes because it is a skill. Interesting. I think I'd like to try it. Could also take the Glass Knife for decent front load. The die for some AoE. Not that I think we need it, actually. Storm of Steel lets us turn a full hand into damage. Basically no matter what. Yeah, I'm going to give it a try here. I'm a little suspicious of it. And it might need an upgrade to be good damage, but you'd be surprised. And I love these options. Option 1. Ectoplasm gives us energy every turn, but we can no longer gain gold. Makes it difficult to get rid of all the strikes, admittedly. But the extra energy would be very welcome. Calling Bell gives us 3 additional relics and 1 unremovable curse. That could be really good depending on the relics we get, of course. I think the 1 curse is not so bad, given that we have multiple ways to discard it. Or lastly, Empty Cage, remove 2 cards. I would dunk 2 strikes from this deck in a heartbeat, then go to a shop and remove a 3rd one. And then the Fléchettes basically work with every card in the deck, which is crazy. Also makes the deck smaller so that we can more consistently draw the Reflex. I think this is an exceedingly good Empty Cage. Always worth noting, the Bell Relics are what you're going to get anyway in the future. That's true because of the way relic lists work in Slay the Spire. But there is a lot to be said for, 1, seeing more total relics, so that you get the relics that are later into the pool, and 2, seeing relics earlier than you would have otherwise could be huge, right? Like a Singing Bowl now is much better than a Singing Bowl in the middle of Act 2. A Molten Egg now is much better than a Molten Egg at the beginning of Act 3. But for me personally, this has got to be Empty Cage. Now we're looking for stuff like backflips, acrobatics. We'd also love a Tactician, so that we can gain energy by discarding a card. I'll be going to one of these 3 stores with, again, the intent to remove 1 more strike. Ooh, I can do this. Not 100% sure how our elite matchup is at the moment. I'm going to guess with Gambling Chip Runic Pyramid, the answer is pretty good. How would I rate an Outmaneuver Plus? Very highly. And much more highly if I get a backflip or acrobatics. Because I don't have to worry about when the energy comes, it just is energy. So I would definitely add an outmaneuver. It's even a skill, right? We'd prefer an adrenaline. But I think my intended path is going to be this one. This elite should be manageable, and then we have the option of more elites. I'll mark this in yellow. Or the easy route to not do that. It's also Burning Elite here, which might be doable. But I really don't like this elite followed by no option to bail out if things get ugly somehow. And that's ultimately only 2 elites anyway. I'd rather go up this 3 elite path on the far left. Okay, so let's start here. This reflex is so good. Like, what the heck? I just drew 5 cards? No, 6 cards. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. And now we just get to hold the flechettes and draw more skills. So I deal 36 plus 24 plus 7 times 4. The Storm of Steel power! Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And again, so just to highlight there what this deck is currently doing, we just played 3 cards for 1 energy each, 36 damage, 24 damage, 28 damage. Pretty good. Take another unupgraded prepared? Yes, because I have a reflex, actually. I do take that, and I'll take a Gambler's Brew over Distilled Chaos. So many nice things here. Farewell, Toxic Egg. We love you. After Image could be a pretty good amount of block, but what about just Acrobatics and Remove a Strike? That's well within my price range and is likely to be what I do here. That way we can get the hand full. I think the Forethought can do some cute things as well, but nothing's going to be as clean and effective here as just removing a card and adding the Acrobatics. And then we're truly going to be starting to dunk things on turn 1 pretty quickly from there. And again, the flechettes get even better as we get fewer and fewer strikes. And then we're offered bites. Regain all my strikes in exchange for healing that I'm not going to need. Not today, sir. Stinky vampires. We're going to get all of our relics this act. Beautiful. A random chest here in the question mark yields 2 relics. The Oddly Smooth Stone, giving us 1 dex, and a Nunchaku, giving us energy for every 10 attacks played. That's pretty spicy with Storm of Steel and Ice Cream. We can generate extra energy with the shivs and actually get to keep it. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Not sure what the right line is here. I'm just going to discard 1 regular defend to start. Cool, we get to do the thing. Not going to bother playing Fumes here. It's actually Survivor the Reflex, I suppose. That's... wow. This deck does the damage. Shet's number 3. We're offered a Wraith Form for defense. Probably going to go ahead and take a Wraith Form. Wraith Form is multiple turns of intangibility, allows us to just focus on playing the attack cards while being intangible. I don't think we need this Wraith Form for a very, very long time. Like, I don't think we need it here in Act 2. We can kill these elites, we can kill the Collector, we maybe even can get to the Act 3 boss, all without any intangibility. And what this Wraith Form is going to be for is, much later down the road, fighting Heart, we may need a couple turns of intangibility to figure out how to survive that. So I'll pick up 1 Wraith Form here. But I don't feel compelled to upgrade it yet. I really don't think we need to. Not when I could be upgrading my card draw. Or my damage. I'd like to upgrade flechettes, the acrobatics, and the prepared. And it looks like we'll get quite a bit of that done. Let's start with the acro. Just one more raw draw card. Going into this first elite. It is the 3 Slavers. And they look like they're angry. Lose these 2 cards. Get not a whole lot here on turn 1. Spooky. I could gamble everything. Maybe that's the right play. Just discard everything here. Try to draw a whole new hand. This is where Frozen Eye would help a lot. Or I could try to attack potion to get something done, but I don't think a whole lot will get done. Alright. What else do we have? Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and use the Wraith Form here on turn 1. And our goal will be to kill them. Actually, probably should have gone for... No, we still need to kill the back guy first. It's not a mistake you ought to make more than once. Some play, draw. So I'll become vulnerable, or how about I don't, actually? 2. Really not worried about having my hand full of wounds, because I do have Storm of Steel to discard everything. Not ready to play Reflex just yet. Or, wait. No, I am, though. I'm going to target the middle guy next, I think. Problem is, we're quickly running out of ability to block here. Okay, there's only 1 skill in the draw pile, and I'd rather discard it, so let's play the flechettes now. Now what? Paired. And acrobatics. Does Storm of Steel kill you? This does 24. 24 plus 5 is not enough. Or we get 8 times 4. That would kill, yes. 6 then. Well, 6 plus 13, unfortunately. Plus more. Ow! Help! That's definitely not the redraw I was hoping for. Actually, wait. This does 9, this does 9. 9, 9, 9. That is a kill. Okay. Panicking for no reason. Tungsten Rod makes us immune to damage when intangible, and otherwise reduces damage we take by 1. You really love to see that. Oh man, Tactician versus Piercing Whale? What a choice. I think it has to be this Tactician, but man. It's a pretty good Piercing Whale, too. Tactician either puts us very close to or might outright enable an infinite combo with this deck. Might be a few removals away still. And it definitely needs an upgrade, but I'm going to upgrade the Wraith Form first. Going to these 2 fights. I feel like the last fight would have gone a little bit better with an upgraded Wraith Form. So let's do that now. And there's the Shuriken. Play 3 attacks in 1 turn to gain a point of strength. Now the flechettes are truly slapping. Although I do wish I'd taken a Blade Dance earlier. We'll still maybe find one, of course. Either way, heck yes. Also, yikes. Actually, I'll keep that. Okay, so we can kill 1 gremlin, play neutralize, block for 12, take very little. Okay. Get rid of that Ascender's Bane. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I can go Shiv, Sneaky Strike, Shiv. That's cool. You dare attack me again. You monster. Whatever, I'll just block you this time. So aggro, though. Hello? Behold the Shivening. Ceramic Fish gives us money for cards added, which is very tempting to add an Alchemize, yet another skill and one that lets us generate potions. I'm kind of down for that. And 9 gold. Yeah. Down for that. Uh-oh. It's all good. We got a Wraith form. Cancel the panic alert. We have a Wraith form. All is well. That stinky plant will bite us no longer. Draws 2. That was strike and then flechettes, technically. Doesn't matter. Next fight's an elite, could be slavers. I'll keep the attack potion, but I'll lose the distilled chaos. I'm just going to discard it because I don't want to play Storm of Steel and then fail to alchemize. And then I get a pure potion anyway. That's funny. Oh my god. Wow. Piercing Wail's the worst card here. That's pretty rare. I think second Reflex is a little busted with 2 prepareds. It's going to allow us... And it again, 3 cards if we draw it on turn 1. I think it's actually better than the Calculated Gamble because of how consistent we are at discarding it. I also would love to see a Tingsha. Come on, Tingsha from these nerds, please. Oh, not again. Not falling for that this time, though. Just discard all of it? No, keep the Flechettes Plus. Yeah, that's the correct choice. That was the right pick. Could use the Storm of Steel. I'll just also employ the attack potion. 36 plus 12 is exactly the right amount. Perfect. Yeah, we got to mostly exactly the correct numbers there. Pretty beautiful. There's a 6-hit flechettes. I'll take it. Go for the front guy first this time. Get him. Keep this one for next turn. Look at the power. We even get a new potion. And a bag of marbles, now applying vulnerable to all enemies on turn 1. Backflip versus Blade Dance. What a choice. I think it's Blade Dance, but it's close. So far, these rewards have been ridiculous. The Fume somehow became the worst card in the deck. I'm not sure when that happened. Go for you, middle one. They all have the same health, so they're all identical. Okay. Okay. This is 30 damage, and this is more than 30 damage? Wow. That's a little obscene, actually. Oh, and there's a sneaky strike to draw into, also. Do it this way, then. Sneaky strike kills you. This does 40 damage. Okay, then. Eight times 8. Wow. And there's an outmaneuver if we want one. I am no longer sure if we want one, because we have Tactician. Realistically, I can't upgrade this because there's so many other important upgrades, so I don't think I'm going to take it. The Tactician really obviates the outmaneuver a lot. Which will be my next upgrade. Ritual Dagger, normally good with Pyramid, but too late in the act for me to want it. I'll take 50 gold. So we took what? Damage in that one Slaver's fight and nowhere else? Would we take an outmaneuver plus? Yes. Yes, we would. One shuriken there. Times 6 is 42, right? Dang. Poor guy never stood... Oh my god, I redrew it too. Get him again. That seems unfair, honestly. Just seems a little unfair. Here, give me a better potion. All right. Actually, I'll play this and then Storm of Steel. The rest. Okay, may need to take some damage here. Or Liquid Memories, that's the other option. I could just Liquid Memories the Wraith form. Sure. Always get more potions. GG. Second copy of Wraith Form is here. Feels unnecessary. I guess we could do that. I like the malaise, too. Malaise, very good with Ice Cream. Allowing us to sap strength from enemies gives us a really good answer to the Awakened one and the Time Eater both. Especially if we can get higher base energy from our boss relic here. Ideally, I'm getting a Cursed Key, but we'll see. First, lets me dupe what? Alchemize? Doesn't work on Tactician or Reflex, though. Take Malaise. That also works. Hovering Kite says, the first time we discard a card each turn, gain an energy. Well, guess what? I do that on turn 1, and I'll probably do that every other turn, too. So that's an energy relic with effectively 0 downside. Otherwise, we could take +1 energy per turn from the Fusion Hammer or the Philosopher's Stone, but both of those have downsides. I want no downside. It's literally free energy. And I'm literally rich. Where's our Burning Elite? There you are. Okay, definitely going this way, or maybe this way. Let's go the extra event. And then we either take 2 elites or 1. I'm feeling 2. The deck should be very capable. Especially if I stop by this shop and remove our last strike card. Excavation point spreadsheet, there sure is. It's exactly as you expect. The Slay the Spire reference spreadsheet. Got basically all the info you'd ever want to know when it pertains to things like enemy health values, the cost of items, probabilities for things, internal mechanics like potion chance, all that's explained in there. Go looking for Mind Bloom. Oh yeah, because we could get 999 gold, right? But what use is money if there's no shops to spend it in? That's my question. Can't go to either of these stores because then Burning Elite, so I'll go to this shop. Doesn't Bestiary Mod have that? No, we actually have Bestiary Mod installed right now. Can you tell? No. But yeah, we do. You're thinking of Info Mod. Get him. Alright, I'll just block the easy way here. Second Blade Dance? Really don't think we need to. Let's try to keep the deck. I forgot what I was saying. But I bought a Tough Bandages. Were there other options in this shop? Sure. But do they give us 3 block per card discarded? No. They sure don't. It's going to be a lot of free block. Storm of Steel just got so good. Storm of Steel. Go figure. Is the Bandage Shop only relic? No, it is a rare relic. But not shop only. The shop only relic in this one was the Ori. There's always 1 shop relic in each shop in the rightmost relic slot. And for Bored Pilgrim, did you hear about the Silent? Who went on a shoplifting spree. It was a real storm of stealing. Positively no refunds. Alright, let's block the old-fashioned way, question mark? Yeah, let's go with question mark. Kill this nerd. Fumes down. Excellent. So, just gotta make sure we discard a card each turn. Should be pretty easy to do since we're getting blocked by doing it. I like that I can keep the shivs from the Storm of Steel to make triplets for Shuriken. It's also kind of neat. Yeah, I'll play that too. Yeah, let's use that in this fight. Ooh, baby, a triple. Those are some dead Dorklings right there. Reflex number 3 or a finisher. What? Reflex number 3. Get in here. Infinite card draw. I'll also happily pay my health to look at colorless cards. There could be card draw in here. Master of Strategy would be excellent. I would also accept Violence. Apotheosis. Secret Technique is pretty good. Good Instinct's actually not bad either. Panache, Finesse, interesting. There's the Master of Strategy. If only we had a sundial, I'd be going double deep breath here. Alright, I'll take the Master Strat. I'll take... This is block 3? Actually, Panache seems mostly extremely hilarious, so I'll take that. And let's add a Secret Technique, so I can fetch any skill from the draw pile, whether it be a Reflex, Tactician, you name it. Doesn't matter. Let's retain the whole thing. Do not Flechette's the Spiker. Repeat, do not Flechette's the Spiker. for Acrobatics Plus. Draw many cards. Discard that one. I like this deck. Deck is very satisfying to play. Do we... Oh my god, we actually unironically want to concentrate? Because we have 3 reflexes, and tough bandages, and ice cream. So once again, Piercing Wail is not the best card in the card reward. Although it might be. It's pretty good, but energy. Poor Piercing Wails. Yeah, plus we've got the malaise. We really want this. Heck yeah. If not concentrate now, when? Nah, no kidding. Never, apparently. Alright, let's fight some elites. First up, Reptomancer, who is going to get obliterated by Wraith form. Guess I'll just play it now. And then by the time it's important, or by the time it wears off, we'll have won the fight. Just gonna focus all my damage on Repto here. Five skills. I'll take it. Your potion besides. Sure. Get that in there. Maybe she's blocked though. Oh wait. Tungsten rod. We should not have blocked. Here's a great use case for secret technique. Get the prepared into my hand so I can actually start discarding stuff. Or actually concentrate. Get concentrate into my hand. Discard all 3 of these cards. Amazing. The power. And then flechettes for literally like 100 damage. Bag of Preparation is here. Now we draw 2 more cards on turn 1 that can be discarded. And I'll take a calculated gamble, I guess. Although Blade Dance Plus also tempting. Can this run get more busted? Oh yeah. I assure you it can. Go ahead and upgrade that. I assure you this deck can absolutely get more busted. Just how it works. The top 3 cards. We'll think on that. It's about as good as it gets. This deck can draw cards. Yeah. Concentrate, discarding a Reflex, Reflex, and Reflex Plus. If only this deck were more upgraded, it'd be even more ridiculous. guess it's fine as it is, right? 23 times 7, anybody? Hello? And they say malaise isn't good against Giant Head. Now I can take a Piercing Wail if I want to. Do I want to? I don't think so, actually. I think it's entirely redundant. We have malaise and we have tough bandages, and those things are enough block. Alright. Oh, come on. I could have bottled a Reflex Plus, but I have to take the blue key, so I'm not allowed to. But if I was going to bottle any card, it would absolutely be this one. 3 more cards on turn 1. With the gambling chip. What a cool interaction that'd be. Oh well. Actually, it's a great hand. That's a little less great. But yeah. Perfect. Five measly block. These cards. The Shivening. The double Shivening. Alright, this Storm of Steel has actually been pretty alright. Barely takeable Dagger Throw. We just need to get a few cards upgraded here. Which is to say, I need to recall. So, cards will not be upgraded. This Block Potion is very disposable. Feel free to have it, Ranwid, or we could actually just give him the Alchemize directly. That's even more funny. Now, I have my Block Potion, sir. Thanks for the Orichalcum. One chance at Mind Bloom here, I would take it. The Repto rematch. Heck yeah. Leaves that actually, no, let's keep that Concentrate, because I can Secret Technique for Reflex on this turn, after all. Secret Technique for additional Reflex, that is. I think what I'm going to do is this. Time to spin and or win. Okay, we can keep going. Good. Good job, Panache. Absolutely destroyed. Dang. Bottled Tornado allows us to have Wraith Form in the opening hand. Or Panache in the opening hand. Actually, Panache. Corpse Explosion. Could help with Donu and Deca, but... Suppose Wraith Form in the opening hand makes it awfully hard to die to anything. Particularly good against Spire Spear and Spire Shield, I'm thinking. Yeah. Technically, we do have other powers, but... I am not interested in them. And this is not a Mind Bloom. It is, in fact, a Writhing Mass. Which is actually quite different from a Mind Bloom. It's a lot of block, though. No risk of a curse here, that's right, thanks to Omamori. So I can't say that I'm worried much. Definitely cannot say that I'm worried much. Yeah, go ahead. Try me. What I thought. Now you're stinky. You can do nothing. Yeah. And no, the Writhing Mass cannot try to curse you twice in the same fight, so even if it did, we had another charge, right? Like Sweep and Choke, it's kind of interesting. Don't think we need either of them. They're cute. So many things I'd love to upgrade. The reflexes are important, the secret technique to not exhaust, prepared for one more draw and discard. I think it's going to be prepared, so that I can use those to discard 2 reflexes, but all of my children were beloved by me there. Even Gerald. Especially Gerald. Damage time. We'll go for... Actually, let's do Deca first here. We actually care about the Dazed interfering with our draws a fair bit. So I'll focus on this one first and foremost. See how that goes for us. I'll do Fumes, Storm of Steel, draw 4 more. Incredible. Show me acrobatics. Just keep spinning. And we'll use the malaise on Donu then. Beautiful. Beautiful indeed. Whoop. Okay. Good fight. I guess. Not that they put up much of one. GG. This deck was cool. Now for the Time Eater. The wibbly wobbly, slimy, wimey, crusty boy. Wait, why is he crusty? Let's just go ahead and have a different hand. Plus a lot of block. Thanks. Put the powers in play. Work towards that swell malaise. But I sure would like to see. Uh-oh. Definitely gonna want to play until I can no longer play any cards this turn. Doing one big number. Wait, that's illegal. Can't do that. Okay. 10 by 3. How about nothing? How about you forever do nothing? Cool. If you wanted to wait until phase 2 for that, actually, but that was very satisfying. Get rid of the slimes. There's no point in playing the flechettes now. Next turn, though. Shuriken here. I think I just want to get rid of the slimes. Clean out the hand, reset everything here. Slice and dice. Man, Flechette's sure does a lot of damage, huh? GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of these small arrow-like projectiles flying through the air, right into everybody's face? You deal 2620. Wow, that's a pretty good score as we head on into Act 4 here. One more card gets upgraded. Is it the other prepared, one more reflex, or what here? Or if it's Secret Technique. Let's try upgrading Secret Technique, so I can use it multiple times. I think we'll like that quite a bit to fetch Calculated Gamble. If we're worried about statuses, we can purge them with the medical kit here. There's an intriguing option for us. That way I don't have to draw them multiple times. We could instead take front-loaded draw with the Master of Strategy. I'd say our potions are pretty good. I don't feel like I need this footwork. I don't generally shoot for score, Lamgoyan. I have done daily runs where I focused on score and placing well on the daily leaderboard. That was fun. But find that it, over multiple runs, tends to get a little repetitive, aiming for score. To get a high score in Slay the Spire in particular, you kind of have to just hope that you're going to be offered specific things and sort of YOLO towards it. Like you're always trying to accumulate curses, for example, or assemble sets of 4 cards. We did mirror Ascender's Bane last week because points, but also because of Dubu Doll, and that was fun. That was a good time. That was a really good time. Okay, well, how about none of this? Keep these 4, though. Probably just going to play Wraith Form on turn 1 here, but we'll see what the exact draw is. Ooh. Very tempting to Storm of Steel, draw 5. Play a bunch of shivs, especially with the Panache in play. Heck it, I'm gonna do it. Fumes, Storm of Steel. It's actually only 4 shivs now. Or wait. No, yeah, it's more than that. Foolish. For Technique for Tactician? Actually, draw more cards, though. Here we are. Might be better next turn. Gonna neutralize the spear, though. Get to play a lot of block cards this turn. Just gonna discard these rather than actually playing them. It's not a good sign for the medical kit. One, 2, 3. Take 0. Thanks to Tungsten Rod. Now hopefully we can finish the job on Spire Shield here. If not, we'll just have to play Wraith Form. Very well. Close but no cigar there. Yeah. 7 skills. Freaking got him, man. I did exactly 99. Good. pull an attack card. Could bottle flechettes. Given that this only applies to the heart fight, actually, I think what we do is bottle this strike and then discard it on turn 1. Welcome to the deck. Bottling a strike. That's the power of gambling chip. Maybe that'll be the thumbnail, me clicking on strike with the bottled flame. That'd be great. Get him. Keep the Wraith form. Keep the panache. I'll keep the Blade Dance too. Bottling strike should be an achievement. I feel like it would be nice to have an achievement that for killing the heart with a strike. Back to basics, we call it. All right, this feels to me like the perfect hand. Actually, wait, I could Wraith form and not lose Dex. Yeah, let's just block that deadly first cycle, and then we have our regular defenses in place for the rest of this fight. So become vulnerable, but it doesn't matter to me. And I'm not losing dexterity for having played the Wraith form. How beautiful. Seven skills. That's a lot of skills. Secret tech for what? Acrobatics? Probably. This. Put this in play. Get an energy if I play the flechettes. I'll still wait though. Bit better. Power potion. Containing a tools the trade. Or better shivs. Or Caltra. Actually, all of these are pretty good. Caltrops is probably more damage than accuracy, especially considering the heart's multi-attacking us right now, so it's 45 damage instantly. Take that. I like 45 damage instantly. But I am not done, not by a long shot. The other reflex. Concentrate. Now discard all that for shivs. Blocked. Okay, intangibility has ended, which means we're now taking damage from Beat of Death, so we have to worry at least slightly about that. But only really slightly. I'll gamble next turn, probably. Don't know if I need... Wow, 11 times 8. I need this to be a perfect fight, so it's only going to be 11 times 7. So do we get block first? Yes, and then beat it down. Noted. Ships draw 4. Xaxes. Did discard a bunch of ships, but heck. Doesn't matter that much now, does it? That's a spicy flechettes. Oh, looks like I do take a little bit of damage, though, as we're unable to full block this. GG. Mr. Hart. GG. Don't forget the Flechetti. GG. GG. Not too bad. If I do say so myself. 3,500, a very, very good score. What a beautiful, beautiful silent run that was. Starting with Runic Pyramid, picking up an early Flechettes, and then lots of removals with Empty Cage and some good money. Turned out beautifully. The Spire sleeps. And so shall I. GG. GG. 74. Man, Pyramid Gambling Chip Ice Cream. It's a heck of a first 3 card relics. Such a cool run. Such a cool run. Perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. What a run. What a run. Perfect time eater fight. Perfect Donu Deca fight. What was our best Flechettes? Something like 12 times 7. Very impressed with how well these with how well these did. Okay, next up will be the Defects. The Orby boy, but I'm going to grab a snack, refill the water, stretch the legs before I jump into another run here. Desperately hungry. So, we'll be back in maybe 5 or so minutes. Ready to sit down and go again. Update a couple commands as well. Oh, that's right. 23 by 7 on the giant head. That was so good. That was so good. All right. Be right back in just a few. Don't go nowhere, folks. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Very much appreciate that patience. The rotating streak is indeed 6. Looks a little weird, or the math doesn't add up, so to speak, because we replay the same character when we perish in order to maintain equal numbers of victories for this challenge. So, contrary to the normal, traditional rotating style, the character gets replayed, and that also means that we don't change characters until that character's win streak is at least 1. So all characters will always have a win streak of at least 1 if I'm not currently playing them. So that makes things not add up from the command, so to speak. How's that work with Boss Swap March? We did have to have one run where I was unable to, because the scrap ooze happened on this Sozu run. We were unable to swap our boss relic. We just had a normal run, and it was a good time. But yeah, that's the current. Losing on Ironclad means we lost the rotating streak, even though we then win again on Ironclad. So that's what the past few runs have looked like. Now it's robot time. Our boy, or lady, in blue. Starting with the corn chip. Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions and is actually a relic I'm pretty happy to start with, truthfully. Sacred Bark potions pack a real wallop and can be used to do some serious damage. I think I like starting up the middle here. There's some interesting paths beyond this shop. Definitely don't want to have no elites. In particular, if we get a decent potion with the Sacred Bark, then we can easily use that to kill an elite. But we'll be a little bit weaker in other fights for not having our starter relic, the Cracked Core. Defect doesn't mind losing the Cracked Core too much, though. The idea being that we can either path into the shop and then deliberately challenge some elites, or we'll progress forward, tackle this elite, and then option for the elite or the fire, depending, as well as this elite. It's kind of my intended path. Always love being able to pick a route through the act that leaves itself open to options, so that you can reevaluate with more information as you collect your card rewards. Yeah, 40 damage Fire Pot, for example, or an 8 Plated Armor Essence of Steel. Actually really good with Sacred Bark, even though it's normally one of the worst potions. That's a heck of a list of games in one bundle. Super Hot, Kingdom 2 Crowns. I enjoyed a little bit of that. We played that on stream briefly. Celeste is incredible. Kerbal Space Program is a game I've personally put hundreds of hours into. If you've got any interest in astronomy or space simulation in general, KSP is amazing. And if you're the type of person who likes to mod PC games, KSP has a huge community for that too. And Baba is used on there too? Well, Baba is just amazing. Love me some Baba. How do I rank the potions? Wait, do I have a command for this? Hold on. I have a video for you. Where's my YouTube? Perfect. Here, let me get a shorter link, and I'll make a bot command for that. It's me, ranking all the potions. Exclamation point, potions. Ranking every potion. And slay the Spire. Sweet. Huzzah! The content has been linked. But yeah, we did a potion tier list, I want to say a month or two ago. So I've got a breakdown on every single potion in that vid for you. And I did talk about how Sacred Bark affects them, generally speaking. Some of the potions don't get affected by Sacred Bark, which could definitely mess with us if we find any of those, for example. Uh-oh. Bottom draw zap. That's a problem, I think. Might have to take... Yeah, we have to zap dual cast this turn, and then next turn we kill with 3 strikes. Certainly defending 3 times on this turn is not an option, as the cultist will be attacking for 16 next turn. So we take 6 here. That's the consequence of both the Sacred Bark and that particular draw order for this fight. Really nothing I could have done there. But that's okay. We get an Ancient Potion, 2 Artifact. Interesting. And Storm Skim Turbo are my first 3 card options. Hoo boy. That is a challenge. Is Storm pickable here? I don't think so. I love this card in general, but you really can't pick it this early on without having it do anything. At the very beginning of your run is the worst time to take cards that are deadweight. You really want your first few cards to increase the quality of your deck so that you can pick up better rewards or add more complicated cards later on. I think I'm going to go Skim first. I really don't like Turbo that much either in the base deck, because all of our cards cost 1, so I draw 4 1-cost cards in Turbo. I play Turbo, I have 5 energy and 4 1-cost cards. That's not very efficient. And then I'm later drawing a Void. Not good. Take the Skim. Of course, Skim itself might not be useful at times. Certainly it's not helping me here. I think we should just play the 3 cards that do something. Otherwise, if I Skim, I'm playing 2 cards that are not Skim, and that's not going to kill the Spike Slime anyway. Thank you. Think double defend here, although it could be correct to take 3 more. I'd really prefer that it not be. Okay. Then dual cast should kill, if we see it. Huzzah. Okay, we're down a fair bit of health. Oh, but an Entropic Brew? Now that's exciting news. Oh boy. Claw plus Skim? It is the only attack card we've been offered in the first 2 card rewards, so there's that. I think that's going to be my take. And then we hope to find stuff like Hologram or Rebound from here. Definitely a little worried. Although it all depends on what's inside the Entropic Brew. Might end up discarding this Ancient Potion, unless I can find literally any use for it. No? Alright. Another painful combat. Does Entropic Brew work with Sacred Bark? Kind of. It doesn't generate any more potions than normal. You just put random potions into all your potion slots, but of course the potions that come out of this Entropic Brew are doubled by the Sacred Bark. So in a sense, yes, you get the same number of potions, but they're twice as strong. Guess we'll strike the one with less health. Brings it to 8. And then hopefully we're drawing Strike, Claw, Defend, or something next turn. Otherwise, who knows? That's exactly what we drew. Good. Or no, we drew almost exactly that. Take 2 more here. Definitely ashamed to have lost so much health from the first 3 combats, but that's how it is sometimes. Well, I'm very happy with the draw potion that draws 6 cards. We want damage. There's a Ball Lightning here, which is pretty substantial. I also do like Go for the Eyes with this much card draw. Well, not only the Skim, but the draw 6 potion, that is. Free damage and weaken. It's got some use to it. Fighting Hexaghost. I want to believe in this Go for the Eyes. I do. Oh, jeez. I don't have any health to spare. Are you kidding me? Not a chance. Feels like we're going to end up needing to use a potion. Actually, maybe I do go for the elites because we got good potions, but I don't have a good deck to fight the elites with, huh? No, I don't. This feels iffy. Is it worth resting for a relic? I don't think so. Not when I could be getting my first upgrade. No. Okay. I'm going to leave, and we're going to follow the green path for now. I think is where I've settled. I've contemplated heading this way briefly. I just don't trust the potions to kill 2 elites. 1, yes, not 2. Well, right. That would be the sign, then, that I'm going to use the Swift Potion here. I don't think that this hand is an acceptable opening to this combat. We need to do more. Immediately. Or else. Okay, that kind of helps. Now what? Defend twice? Take 2? Next turn's kind of worse? Or what? Skimming is no good. Striking twice doesn't get me a kill. I could zap dual cast, that's a long shot. I'm not going to drink this Entropic Brew yet. I refuse to do it. Might end up resting at the rest side, actually. Anyway. Save me, Skim. Please. You must. For my health is gone. Gone to 0. Okay, I think we finally have things under a semblance of control. I'll claw this one so that I can maybe reduce the damage by 4 next turn. That works too. Jeez. Hello? I guess I could take Turbo? Self-repair seems pretty helpful, too. In terms of surviving one more fight, at least. But, yeah. The damage sure is lacking. In our Claw Go for the Eyes deck. White Noise could help a lot, too, truthfully. Guess I'll go with the self-repair. But I don't know. Upgraded Go for the Eyes would help quite a lot. Upgraded Zap's pretty good, too, with our Skim. I'm gonna upgrade this Go for the Eyes. I'm gonna hope. I'm gonna hope that we get a potion from this enemy, which is thankfully just a looter. Nothing big here. Go defend, self-repair. If I don't play Zap, actually probably don't kill him, huh? I guess I'm willing to lose money over hit points right now. Yeah. So we'll just make it a priority to keep as many hit points as possible for the elite fight. Ouch. Well, I would have killed on this turn if I'd played Zap. Let's just say that. Of course, I would have had to take some more damage, so... We do at least get our money. We have 18 health and a Glacier, a Go for the Eyes, or a Skim going into this elite fight. I suppose let's now drink the Entropic Brew. We see Power Potion, Dexterity Potion. I think that for me means we take this Glacier and we just really, really hope this is not a Gremlin Knob. Because we'll beat the sentries in the Lagavulin, no problem. Okay, let's try it. Please, please, please. Uh-oh. What do we got? Double biased. That's definitely something. Of course, with no lightning orbs, it doesn't help me do any damage. Doesn't seem that good, honestly. So we go double static discharge. Don't know if that's good enough either. What would have been good enough? Double electro? Double creative AI, maybe? Double buffer? Double buffer would have been good enough. But I guess we'll go double static, even though we only have 18 health, so taking more than one hit seems pretty difficult to do. We still have 4 decks as well, I guess. I'll definitely take the Frost Orbs. Gotta play the Strike, but I mean, how many turns does it take to kill? 80. 80 turns. It just feels like 80. Realistically, can't afford to give him any strength, huh? Otherwise, I won't have any health to absorb a hit with next turn. But I guess that's where the Dex Potion comes in. This turn's set up pretty good. We take 2 this turn. He'll attack for 16 next turn. We'll have 16 and 2 block from the Frost Orb. But with this hand, I don't really like that. That said, we do get 2 draws from here. It's just a question of whether we play Skim or not. I guess I won't. Might as well use this, yeah? Definitely play both of these. So if I play Strike, then we gain 5 block. Actually, we're currently dying, right? So we have to play the Defend. The Zap won't do it, because he'll go up by 3 damage to 21. So yes, I'm playing Defend here. We're hoping that we redraw Go for the Eyes and Glacier. That will keep me alive through this hit, I hope. Just Glacier? I don't think that's good enough. Good attempt, though. Fire, actually only 8 damage short. It's tough. Close but no cigar. Looks like. GG. GG. Alright, we'll roll it back, play the Defect again. Unfortunately, we can't get a random boss relic. Such as it is. Reset the streak to 0. That's a really tough sea to slay the Spire, let me tell you. Highly recommend taking that ball laning. I think the line for success here is go to the store. Knowing what the card rewards were from combat 4 and 5. I would say go to the store. Is the way to get it to Act 1 in this run. But, oof, man. Trading your starting relic away and then getting those series of card rewards, that is not how you do it. Do I think Nob is the most frequent enemy to kill a player? Yes. 1000%, yes, it's Gremlin Nob. By a large margin. Combination of deadly and early in the run, which means that Gremlin Nob gets first chance at killing anybody. Alright, I only have Snipe. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yes. Give me that 1 hit point elite. Let's do it. Avocado plus Mushroom was the most damaging encounter, Neck for a period of time in 2018. I don't know that that would necessarily still be true. And most damaging is not the same as most deadly either. Just the most player HP removes. Which is an important metric, but not quite the same. Oh no, not again. Please have mercy this time, sir. Please. Card number 1. Actually, we'll get him by starting in the bottom, right? He won't see that coming. Or will he? Okay, he didn't. Oh man, he almost did though. Alright, I know the other doubt is here, so let's look at a new card. Zap. Regret. Rainbow. Okay, I can add a Steam Barrier. I will. Steam Barrier, Streamline, Stream Barrier. It's an acceptable start to me. Beam Cell, Streamline. Stream Cell. Just choose your cards by determining what rhymes. Hey. And delete your elites. By giving them 1 health. That's a pretty easy heal, actually. Restore all the health that I was missing. Thanks, Banana. And now we get to have an elite at 1 health. Delete. Let's see, we can either go... Option A. 3 elites, 1 rest site. Or 3 elites, no rest site, and the shop with 127 gold. No, I'm not going to go to shop with 127 gold. Okay, so yes, I'll go here. Revenge on the knob. Good. We have a virus giving us a Dark Orb to start with, and some very interesting attack cards offered. Doom and Gloom is area damage on another Dark Orb. Core Surge gives us an artifact, which can be used for a lot of things. Or healing with the self-repair. Didn't save us on the last run. Doom and Gloom would help a lot against the 3 sentries. Great with this Snecko Oil, too. And I like the idea of doubling down on Dark Orbs. But man, having that first Core Surge is really, really nice. Let's me take a reprogram, too. Look at Core Surge. And we'll upgrade our Beam Cell next. Really not worried about Slime Boss right now. Bottled Lightning. I have no skills worth bottling, so I'll take the blue key here. Shame that Core Surge wasn't a Seek. Can you imagine if we immediately bottled our Seek? The luck. Well, this would have been a Doom and Gloom. Just saying. Still is a Core Surge, though. If the Lightning Orb hits, it seems kind of unlikely. Could use Snecko Oil here. Not sure I want to. But it might be a way to kill one on this turn, or otherwise get a better numerical outcome. We could Gambler's Brew, but there's no real benefit. Next turn looks fine. I think I'll just take a little bit of damage and we'll just win the fight by fairly conventional means here. Oh! And we do get the 1 and 3, which means it's actually completely fine. Easy. You're next, buddy. Lightning Orbs know what's up. Get them, Lightning Orbs. This might be our Snecko Oil. Unfortunately, I am taking 10 otherwise. We're unable to evoke this Dark Orb. Let's do it. Recost. Dang it. That didn't even improve the situation. Although I could now Gambler's Brew to actually save 10. I kind of strongly dislike this. Dang. Whatever. Smiling Mask makes for cheap removals at shops. That I like quite a bit. Also reasonably okay with an auto shields. Compiler is also rather good given that we start with 2 different orbs in play. So this is actually deal 7 damage, draw 2 cards. Which is very good. I'll take that. Yeah. And I'm going to fight the Burning Elite. Try and stop me. More removals. Deal. Not a bad opportunity to gain money, but we would certainly like to lose strikes, especially given that we have so many added quality attacks. Thank you for being correctly drawn. Streamline, Beam Cell, and Zap, all 3. Good job, everybody. You did it. So, we do 6 damage here, bringing him to 20. Then he has 24 with the block next turn. We deal 17, 23, and I have Gambler's Brew. So I think I'm okay full blocking this. Yeah, easy. Okay. Another better knob fight than last time also. Good. Now we have a Shuriken, giving us strength for 3 attacks played, and this Defect deck is really starting to come together. Like, really, really starting to come together. Because we can play attacks all day long. Good. Definitely tempting to take an early genetic algorithm here, but I have to say that Hologram is my preferred pick by far, especially when there's a Streamline in the deck. As the cheaper that Streamline gets, the more powerful it becomes to play it over and over and over and over. Bonk. Cool-headed loop or another compile. Let's take one more compile. The spamming compile reverse with Shuriken is one of my favorite things to do on Defect. Now I would love a turbo, so that we can play a lot of cards on one turn, if the need arises. Let's get back my Steam Barrier, thank you. Poor guy never stood a chance. One of my favorite block cards, Reinforced Body, is here. It's also a double energy to let us try to have a bigger, better turn. Or Darkness to recreate our Dark Orb. All really good options here. I will probably lean in the direction of the Reinforced Body. But if I had an upgrade to give to double energy, currently I'm going to upgrade the Hologram. I might consider it a bit more heavily. Very much value the Hologram upgrade to make sure that Hologram doesn't exhaust, meaning you can play the Hologram multiple times during the course of a fight. Sometimes that matters a lot, sometimes it doesn't. Beautiful draws. Could actually just try to block this. 21 plus some splits at 33, which is only okay. Of course, if I don't play the Streamline, then it's still 2 cost. I don't like that. Probably going to be hologramming dual cast, actually. There it is. Yeah. That is going to be my preference here. As that'll deal 30 damage twice. That outright kills this one. And I just have the Gray Slime to deal with. Of course, next turn I'll take a bit of a hit for that, but what are you going to do? Other option is hologram the Streamline, bring him to 16, keep the Dark Orb, and... But then there's 2 slimes next turn? I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, perfect draw. GG easy. GG. Oh my. Seek All for One Electro. All for One returns the Steam Barrier, the Beam Cell, maybe the Streamline. Whereas Seek lets me get set up with whatever it is that I'm doing that much faster. I think with Shuriken, I want this to be an All for One run. Especially if I can get my hand on a turbo. Coffee Dripper, huh? The deck would certainly like more energy. Coffee Dripper prevents me from resting, which is a little spooky, but Defect can manage, especially with something like Self-Repair. We could go for the Black Star, extra relics off Elites, although I think we'd have a bit of difficulty with the Elites. Certainly I'm not taking Velvet Choker with an All for One. That limits us to 6 cards per turn, and that's a no thank you. Digital Charmander in chat asks, any tips for pathing with Ectoplasm, the relic that prevents you from gaining any more gold? You do, of course, by and large want to avoid shops, but something you may also wish to avoid is too many event spaces, which can be really useless with Ectoplasm. Combats, Elites, and Rest Sites would be what I'd be looking at by and large. Although it depends on the act. Events in Act 2 and 3 especially can be very useful. Alright, we'll take that Dripper. I think we do need the 4 energy per turn, and I think with the Compile Drivers in the deck, we're really going to appreciate that. We'd love to hit an early Merchant to put use of the Smiling Mask. Better if we can hit 2 over the course of the act, but the second one looks like it's pretty awkwardly placed, so I don't know about that. That said, with Coffee Dripper, I don't want to fight too many Elites if I can avoid it. Start here. Stack with Super Take Bites? No, not really. Not if I remove another strike, it wouldn't. Could try the Elite Gauntlet. I think that's a bad idea, though. Let's plan on something like this. Upgrade Reinforced Body, upgrade Zap, perhaps? Actually, upgrade Dual Cast is kind of interesting with the Symbiotic Virus. That way I can get it back into my hand and evoke the Dark Orb more immediately. Interesting thought. Okay. Wouldn't call this a great turn 1. Could gamble. How much damage do I think I'm going to take in this fight if I don't draw well? Up to 22, actually. Although we could end up just hologramming Reinforced Body on the Frail turn and having it not matter. I think I'll use it. Bit of a safety net here. Jeez, that somehow still sucks. It's impressive. Yeah, it's outright impressive how badly that went. Guess I'll use the All for One. We get back Steam Barrier Beam Cell here. Could also go Zap, Compile Driver, like Defend, but really just need to kill next turn. Yeah. Do some basic math then. 35 is the number to deal. This is 31. So I guarantee a kill by playing the Zap. In exchange for 5 damage. Or I can block the 5 and gamble. Tough call, huh? I guess this is where I can do math on the exact odds of the gamble to determine whether it's worth it. Okay, so any damage card other than Zap is a hit. So let's count potential hits here. I'll count Reinforced Body as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Out of... how many? 10 out of 15. Okay, that's an extremely favorable gamble. With 2 cards drawn. I don't need to bust out the calculator because I know our odds are like 80%. That worked out well. You know, Elite Plus ain't too shabby. Just a lot of block. Really nice to have a little bit more block consistency with the Coffee Dripper too. Stack could be an alternate block card. Maybe not as reliable as the Leap, but potentially much stronger. I don't take Stack often enough. Let's add 1 to the stack and see how it feels. The longer the run goes on, the better it's going to feel. Also, Bag of Preparation. Also Claw? Do I want a Claw? Surprisingly, the answer isn't immediately yes to that question. At least not in my own brain. Let's take out 1 more strike. Could simply opt not to add a card here. There's also Impatience. You have no attacks in your hand, draw 2. Just curious. Feel better if we remove strikes. But we will get those out of the deck thanks to Smiling Mask. Leap will always be the best card that nobody takes. It's just a little too boring. Come on, Leap, you gotta do something else. Alright. I'll buy the Claw. Ooh. All for 1 Jacks with Coffee Dripper. No. Just no. Please no. I will transform 2 cards. Question mark. Mutagenetic Strength is very good as well with the additional draw on turn 1. Oh, and we have Artifact. Ooh. Core Surge. Core Surge, you sly devil. Maybe that's worth including then. Of course, that could actually prevent me from using Core Surge turn 1 against Heart to block Vulnerable, which is a little spooky. I'm going to go for the Transform here. Transform 1 strike, 1 defend, get White Noise Barrage. Can't say I am in love with those options. Are we able to fight elites now? Not this many elites, but I think we'll actually do pretty well in our elite fight. Are we also a ghost? I don't think we are, actually. They make the stack worse. They make it harder to get stuff out of the discard pile. Knack Knack, thank you so much for the full year. I like my max health. I'm going to keep it that way. Heat sinks. You don't need no stinking heat sinks. Hello? Block cards? Are you there? Still use the block pot. At least Barrage is doing a good job. There it is. Yep. Recycle is also pretty good, though. But I think I'm going to be taking this reprogram. This deck is well equipped, especially thanks to Reinforced Body, well equipped to scale with both Strength and Dex. We can also block the first instance of Focus Down a lot of the time with the Core Surge. And I get to upgrade it. Let's do it. Let's do it. First up, Elite-wise, is the Book O Stabbing. Definitely would have preferred to see Leap over Stack at this time. It's okay. All for one returns Claw, Steam Barrier for 5. Or do something like Zap, Strike, Stack. Perfectly block. And get a Shuriken. The backup orb is pretty nice, actually. Seems to be like we are more or less compelled to play this streamline. Do I also play the reprogram now? I think we're going to need to. So reprogram, beam cells, streamline, reinforced body? That's going to hurt a bit. Surely it's not beam cell, reprogram, reinforced body. If we stall this fight, it's only going to go in the Book of Stabbing's favor. Okay. Oh, jeez. I guess to Compounder we'll draw those. Put Hologram All for One here, which would return Claw, Beam Cells, Steam Barrier. It's like I'm going to be hologramming Streamline. Or I could go Core Surge, Hologram, Steam Barrier. That's the other reasonable option. I think it's important that I make the Streamline free. This feels like it's a kill. Play the All for One, get the clawback first. So this is 8x3. Okay. That worked out. Get Akabeko for 8 additional damage on our first attack in combat. We're offered an upgraded hologram. Ooh. Or a recycle that could become a recycle plus. It's going to be an upgraded hologram for me, especially as we now have Reprogram. I think Reprogram is a card that scales extremely well with holograms in particular. And I think it is time to upgrade this dual cast so that it returns with the All for One. Not sure how I feel about another elite at this moment. Do like the Hourglass. Maybe we should go to this store, get another card removed. I think that would behoove us pretty well. Might remove the Zap at this point. Although it would also be a good upgrade candidate. Actually, with the dual cast upgraded, maybe I want to remove Barrage. But it's decent with the Akabeko, decent with the Shuriken. Super Koopa, thank you for that full year of support. Much love to ya. We could lose a lot of health turn 1 to 3 Slavers, actually. So let's not fight another elite. I don't like how that Book of Stabbing fight went. And I don't want to anymore. Generally think it's often correct to ignore the bird in this fight. Go for the Chosen first here. try to prevent stinky nonsense from becoming a problem. What is this going to be? Streamline Claw, Hologram Claw, Steam Barrier? Hologram Compile Driver, but then I wouldn't be able to play the Streamline. I suppose that's not the worst thing in the world. I see. Things have gone poorly. Very poorly. Okay, well, we can at least knock the bird out of the sky on this turn to prevent any further damage, but we'll be taking 9x2 pretty much no matter what. Alas. Guess I'll give this a chance to be buffer. It is buffer. Beautiful. What a cunning hat. Thank you so much for 4 months of support. That went well. One more hologram? You betcha. Still really want a turbo, though. Should have probably kept that, actually. But now it comes back into my hand with the All for One to dual cast this orb. That's a GG right there. Stell, thank you so much for 19 months of support. Okay, we have enough holograms, I think. At least unupgraded holograms. I don't want 2 unupgraded ones for now. Seems like too much. Too many. Oh, Snecko, have mercy. But lo, Snecko did not have mercy. Snecko brought death. Pick 12? Our potion could have a buffer. Actually, how much damage are we doing at best here? All for One does not get back any damage cards, so it's just the damage from the beam cell and the All for One. Then yeah, I guess it's reprogram, beam cell, All for One, block for 8, take 10. Buffer would save me. Is there any other power that makes any difference at all? Because if it's only buffer, I probably won't use the potion. Don't think anything else helps, so I guess I'll just take 10. Ouch. Well, I'm glad that blocks for 20. Almost a kill. Try again. Do get a potion. And yet another hologram offered to us. Cold Snap could add a Frost Orb. That's actually really good for these compile drivers. But focus could be a problem. Gonna not add unupgraded cards. What do you got? A waffle. Ooh, or just genuinely a regular self-repair. So that we don't need the waffle next act. Either way, healing is here. That's pretty sweet. I have just enough money for waffle card remove. That's pretty tempting. That's pretty tempting. Would I take a Fusion Plus in this deck? Yes. Yes, I would. Upgraded Strike is actually kind of decent. Guess I'll lose Zap. Makes these compiled reverse kind of crap, though. I'm a healthy boy. Relic for a curse. Not as bad with Bag of Prep, but I would not like a Writhe, thank you. Time to actually spend money on Darkstone Periapt. If you're running a... No, if you're running a cursed daily, then you start with Darkstone Periapt. I can't think of a good reason to buy Darkstone Periapt. Don't think that's a good idea. I would like this Reinforced Body to be upgraded for the late game. It's going to be our block strategy against Heart, probably. Well, I guess you could say the holograms are also. Ooh. Recreative AI. I'd love to see it. Alright, Reprogram does not take any focus the first time, because we did get that artifact. I am going to be playing Reprogram as my scaling strategy this fight. Still, unfortunately, missing the whole energy generating thing. Very nice if we had one. Ooh, Stack is good, though. Get him, Stack. It is time. Time for scaling. Also, don't draw those powers a second time. Or streamline. No, it's sure. I'll go double Hello World. What do you got? For a second, I thought the Hello World made an Echo form. That's gonna lose it. No, that's creative AI. Turbo is great, though. Turbo is excellent. If we hologram all for one, we get back Turbo with that. Seems like a good strategy. Because I can then use Turbo to continue playing cards. Like for Program and Hologram. That is a lot of damage. Well, I could win right now with a duplication potion. That might be warranted. Or I can take a very large amount of damage. And then win next turn. Dual cast will deal 4 damage total. Oh, and it gets... Oh, we had Echo Form. Dang it. I got distracted by chat. I had the kill, then I punted it, then I got it back. Don't worry about it. Just get the second all for one and hope nobody noticed. Too hard. We're already on 4 energy. I'll take an Astrolabe. Transform and upgrade 3 cards. Any cards will do. But do I have good cards to transform? That I'm less sure about. Actually, more energy sounds pretty good. Give me the curse key. Got the blue key, so I don't need to take a curse here. What do I need to do? Not die. That's the most important thing. Keep my health high for the bosses. Bag of Prep should help a lot with that. Envisioning something reasonable, not too aggressive with Coffee Dripper. I think we're most of the way where we need to be. There, we get a few upgrades this way. I can upgrade the final hologram. I can maybe upgrade white noise. Something like that. Interesting. Play this first because of Echo Echo. Nice. What would bring you to 31? Understood. There's a real turbo. We're saved. Now I think we have enough energy. I don't need madnesses. What we need now is actually mostly card draw, I would say. First and foremost, that's what we need. Sneak the hits in when we can, because sometimes we're not going to be able to. Very spooky. Uh-oh. Well, I always feared this day would come. Ooh. That's a difficult choice, but I'm going to choose the recycle. That's probably the wrong choice. Now we desperately need a third orb type. Deck wants a cool-headed now. Just destroy Streamline. Who needs it? A 38, okay. But can I even make more orbs? I don't think so. They're not cool-headed. They're not cool-headed at all. Ooh, okay. Bandage up with Coffee Drippers. Very interesting. Finesse with scaling from reprogram. Exceedingly good. And doubly so in duplicate. Oh my goodness. We just got double all-for-one finesse. Holy heck. Sorry, double, all for one, double finesse. Double. I'll take this too, for the healing. And that's going to make the recycle work a lot better. That's actually the draw engine we were looking for. Although it's certainly not the one I expected. Really love that colorless card event. It's so consistently really cool. Actually. No debuff for me, thank you. Well, no weaken. I guess I'm still frail. And still taking a crap ton of damage, probably. Probably going to be a Distilled Chaos from me. Let's play the Turbo first, just in case. That'll do. Hologram gets back all for one, gets back 2 copies of Finesse. Here we go. Guess I should have recycled the Ascender's Bane before I did that, but it didn't matter too much. Cool turn. Less cool turn. So I'll just hollow the reinforced. No need to perish foolishly here. Go for the ice is excellent, but what about the cool-headed we were looking for to make these compile drivers draw more cards? Equilibrium's pretty good too. Look at that. Gorilla Power, thank you so much for 9 months of support. Got tired of the Prime sub, so thanks for the real one. Appreciate it. Yeah, we can use double speed potion with artifact. That could be our heart plan. It's pretty spicy. Please give me card draw. Don't open it. It's tempting, but don't open it. Is there an upgrade I desperately need? No. Okay, then I'm going to continue to go this way. And regret it almost instantly. Now we're fine. Just reprogram a third time. That seems pretty good, actually. Dead. This poor Dark Orb. It's trying so hard. I'd love to see it. Have a lot of offers for a sweeping beam. I could maybe get behind a rebound here to let us put a card back on top of the deck. Especially with the finesses, or the cool-headed, or the all-for-one. That can be really, really powerful. Actually, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a great turn. Pulling on her. Even get to recycle things. Beautiful. One, two, 3 cards return. 4 cards return. Turbo to play the Streamline and then recycle the dual cast so I don't draw it again. Just want these orbs for card draw now. Oh, you'd love to see it. What are we hologramming here? All for one seems like the logical take. Definitely. Can we kill her outright? Get back again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. That's a lot of cards. I'll snipe the minions. Just to be sure. Oh. Right. Well, if I'd known that was going to happen. Get her. Bye-bye. And there it is, the missing ingredient, the kunai, to give us dexterity also when we play 3 attacks in 1 turn. This deck is going all the way, chat. That's a lot of block. Where's Calipers? Don't need a second rebound, though. Strange Spoon's interesting. Just purge cards. I think we now lose dual cast entirely. I'm sorry I upgraded it earlier. As we just want to fuel the Compiled River and the Barrage. Okay, you're gone. This deck is hype. But how to block? I guess I'm gonna do this for this fight. Not strictly speaking necessary. Definitely helpful though. Right. Oh, I should have kept that energy, actually. Play that. Finesse. Just like hologram the rebound, keep rebounding stuff. Ridiculous. Do all for one things. Just win. Any moment. Whetstone is here to upgrade stuff. I would have taken this Cold Snap if we didn't have the Cool-Headed. I don't think I want this white noise. Heck yeah. Upgrade. Claw. Skim is tempting. Remove. Strike. I'm sorry, Strike. Not sorry. I'll just save the rest of my cash for the final store, I suppose. Always could use another card removal. I'm gonna rebound this hologram. Hologram's gonna fetch what? Rebound? That breaks my brain. Hologram? What? Why? I need to play it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, double finesse in the all for one. And turbos here. Perfect. Alright, the shenanigans begin. Extreme shenanigans begin. Hologram all for one, play all for one. Finesse, finesse. Recycle a card. Play the turbo. Summon you. Hologram the all for one. Play the all for one. Get all these cards. Draw. Draw. Recycle a card. Got another all for one in our hand now, by the way. Play the turbo. Play the beam cell. Play the all for one. Play finesse. Finesse. Now reprogram is here to join the party. Recycle a card in hand. Stack is blocking for 23 currently. Voids are adding up, but does it even matter? I don't know. Really don't know that it does, man. No, hits for 20. Lose the stack. Sure, why not? Oh, I'm sorry, did you think I was done? Cool. Just be getting rid of that. Play the program, play the claw. Good turn. Now, this is a hand. Would I have taken the two madnesses from the event here? No, because we can already... I guess there's kind of a chance of infiniting with the all for one of the hologram, but we can already essentially do that with what we're currently doing. It's strong enough, dang it. So we're getting what? Recycle, Steam Barrier, Claw. Draw is happening. Okay, I'll just hologram the reinforce then. Play all for one, recycle the rebound? Sure. Also, I just got turbo I could use. But the idea is to eventually have nothing left except the all for ones, essentially. And at that point, the game is broken. It's like kind of fundamentally cracked in twain. Ooh. Let's go turbo, hologram the void. And just start finessing, I guess. Get rid of this. GG. Interesting. Okay, there's all for ones. Can't play a ridiculous hand of cards against this foe. But what we can do is scale like crazy with reprogram. And that can help a lot. This, and this, and this. Have to take some damage in this fight. That's almost inevitable. The question is how much. Ooh. Don't like the answer that I just got. Please rebound hologram. So that'll get back, recycle and finesse and claw, perfect. Then first, then beam cell, then streamline. Okay, next turn could hurt a lot depending on the draws here. Gonna get 4 draws to deal with 18 by 3, spooky. But all for one is here to save the day. I can play a full 12 cards this turn, and I think that I just might. Although, let's compile River for 3 first. All for one returns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. Perfect. Although my only energy generator is recycle, and I'll be left with only 2. Oh well. Here's turbo. Be careful here. Like this. Okay, play this. And reinforced. Really wants it to be a Turbo Plus. It's gonna hurt a bit. But we got Time Eater below half health. We got lots of strength and dex. I think we'll be alright. And I don't want to break my orb perfection, so let's lose the cool-headeds. Okay, 8 points of dexterity. Is it gonna be enough? I think so. Weaken would have been really nice. We did see one go for the eyes. I don't remember what I took over the go for the eyes. But I opted not to add go for the eyes to the deck. Remember that. Do not feel like that was a great choice in retrospect. Cool-headed. Oh, yeah. Actually, I feel pretty good about the cool-headed. Admittedly. Here we go. It's actually okay to block with Finesse against Time Eater as long as the Finesse is blocking for a lot. There we go. GG. GG. Get Raving asks, which class is the hardest time killing transients? I don't think it's Silent, because of Catalyst being such an easy way to get there, potentially. Definitely not Watcher, so I'd nominate either Defect or Ironclad as most difficult time. Probably Defect, because Ironclad can usually get there with Dead Branch Corruption. Okay, this needs an upgrade. That's what I learned. Regular old Dex Potion plus a card removal feels really nice to me, making sure our blocks block real block. Like, they're the blockiest, as it were. But what the heck do I remove? White Noise? Genuinely worth considering, though at least it removes itself from play. And some of the powers are good. I could remove a block card, but yeah, I guess removing an unupgraded Defend is still pretty good. Could also remove Claw, but Kunai. If you've never played FTL before, I highly recommend playing the base version beforehand. Bite Your Ankle. Very challenging roguelite with some fairly in-depth mechanics and a lot to take in even on your first run. That's what I think, anyhow. Question is, can we beat these two nerds without losing all of our health? Opening draw says odds are in our favor here. Next turn could really hurt, though. We'll have only 3 draws. 2 burns and 3 other cards. We are going to really, really hope that one of those cards is Hologram. Or else. Remaining question is who to attack. I want to be facing Spire Spear at the end of the turn. Let's just not split the damage. Let's just put it all onto the Spear here. Program. All for 1. That's already 12 blocks, so I don't need to use the next potion. Perfect. All the cards. Oh good, one of the cards in fact was hologram, which means I can hologram reinforced body, and we can block that way. Could try hologramming all for one, but that doesn't do what I need it to do. Guess we're allowed to compile driver first. Could be a game changer. I would not describe it as such. Get one more draw. And finesse. Get rid of the cycle. Contemplating getting the all for one back here. Given the current draw. I think I'm going to do it. We'll get more dexterity. We'll get rid of a burn. And yeah, we looped it, so that worked out really well. Really, really well. We could now get reinforced body for a full block, or I can pull the all for one back and do that again, getting rid of the other burn. Drawing another card. I'll do it. Let's go Claw Barrage before a finesse, just for the one hit point. Beautiful. Cycle this, rebound the stack for lots of block. We ultimately don't take that much. 6 health lost on that turn. Even less health lost on this turn, which is to say, no health lost on this turn. Stack doing a lot better than Leap did, or would be. Good. Now, I'll second that base cannon. The Ukraine Humble Bundle, from the sounds of it, is a very good deal with lots of really good games for a very good cause. Over at humblebundle.com. Gotten a lot of good games over the years from Humble Bundle, so I am glad to see them championing this particular cause as well. Let's see, now what? Can't really break through the shield, so let's just acquire. Bummer. Generally speaking, Humble Bundle gives you Steam codes. For some games, there's an exception. Depends on the particular game. But yeah, Humble Bundle is usually Steam codes. Ginger makes us immune to weak, not a big deal. Oh, but there's the go for the eyes, that is a big deal. We were just bemoaning how we did not have a weakness source in this deck, and one that's 0 cost, comes back with all for one, and contributes to the kunai plus shuriken interaction is ideal. Absolutely ideal. Alright, Core Surge is here on turn 1, so we have a choice. Either we gain 5 dexterity with a speed potion for the whole fight, or we block vulnerable right now so that we have better odds of surviving the initial onslaught of the heart. And I think with the way this deck scales, we're better off reducing the damage immediately, and then also employing the speed potion on a later turn if we need a little bit of extra oomph. But for the most part, we should be able to generate so much block that as long as we can survive turns 1, 2, and 3, we'll be okay. Ah, that's right, Cryg. There's 2 finesses alone can go infinite here, if we exhaust everything else. Although that is a little ridiculous to try to assemble. It's definitely possible. So let's see, this blocks for 7. Let's go defend compile driver, then we'll figure out what we're recycling. Claw compile driver. Here we go. Recycle. Kind of hurts to get rid of Barrage, but I think I'm going to. Oh, crap. I didn't count cards. Well, I have failed to block anything with my artifacts. That's a bit of a problem. Uh-oh. Well, thanks for being here, Go for the Eyes. Okay, we don't die. Good. That would have been a very embarrassing way to die. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's why I've got turbo. Also could have hologrammed it on this turn, I suppose. Dropping attack next turn. Let's get rid of the rebound. Stack here. Troubling. Troubling series of draws. Can hologram cool-headed, but then my compile drivers are forever weakened again? Heck. Okay, this is fine. I believe. Ooh, is it though? Currently not sure if I'm allowed to play this recycle. So I shan't. $47. We are dead exactly because of my bungle on turn 1. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I think this was a very likely win with proper play. Dang. Was a bad series of draws, but ultimately it was my mistake that caused this fight to be lost. So I really have no RNG blame. We could replay the fight to see, but I don't really care to. GG. GG. You win some, you lose some. And there's a price to pay for distracted attention. It's a shame. Well, I don't have to upgrade the streak command at least. I do need to upgrade this. 23. Cool. Hey, Climber, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Now, if I go again, I'll have the exact same outcome. Base Cannon, let's go. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome back to the Cozy Sub Club. But yeah, it was a shame. I think if we had even one more health there, we probably won that whole fight, but there's a combination of poor play and poor draw laid us low. GG. GG. Roy G. Biv, thank you for 3 months of support. Appreciate you keeping it cozy. I think I'm going to get on out of here, Twitch chat. We will be back tomorrow at it again. We've got 4 more runs to win this week. Shouldn't be too hard in 2 streams. See you later. Triple Boop, Chunt, Roy G. Biv, this is me, Twitch Tarek, Cody Bazizzle, Epiphany, Kim Traverted, Shaylind, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. Till next time. See y'all around. Bye-bye, everybody.